Transmission complete.
Yo. 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 Yo.
What is going on, everyone? It is David Palmer, Leo King, and this is a Leo King Live. I don't do these as much anymore, but I'm doing this here on March the 5th of 2025. And I'm going to be talking about these current intense astrological energies. I did label this because no one else will talk about it, to go into what's happening, go into the world. Of course, if you're a triggered person and a super sensitive person, and I understand and I have empathy for you during these times of Pisces, maybe this is not the video for you. You can go watch some other place. Although I'd also ask you to reconsider, because the truth is not the easiest thing to find in these times, but you make up your own truth. I'm using just the astrology. And at the same token, I'm going to be covering and going through all the 12 different zodiac signs, and whether you want to use that for your sun sign, your rising sign, or even your moon sign, or I don't even care if you want to use it for wherever you want. But what are the lessons for the end of this Pisces season, as we have just reached halfway through Pisces? Now, we are in quite the astrological time. This is, I think it's extremely important to talk about these things, because a lot of people won't. There's been some talks that have been going on amongst very few astrologers that I would say align, we all align in the same way, that you see 95% of this community posting a lot of, I guess you could say, standpoints, but not giving any astrological reasoning for it, which they're allowed to do. Everybody's allowed to do whatever they want to do. But I think it's funny that when you're an astrologer and then you actually put out the astrology, and then especially if you're, going back and using the history for it, whether you're using judicial astrology or not, however you want to look at it, it's so important to, I feel as an astrologer, to give people what's happening in the astrology, and we have to look back and understand what happened. To use reoccurrence is something that even in Nostradamus' day was shunned upon. And it just so happens to be very shunned upon in the traditional astrology world that we live in today, which I think is really crazy and really weird. But after especially last night, I have never felt like we have had an event that really showed the divide that is no coincidence to these astrological exact alignments we're in. I mean, I've talked about it, especially if you know my channel. I've warned about this moment for a long time, especially, 2017, but 2016, but then, gave refreshers in 2020, 2021, 2022. And then I've kind of just scattered it about in other things, really focused on the Pluto Aquarius transit, but it's really about this Neptune in Pisces that we're coming to see its ingress into Aries this month. And it's really wild to see that a lot of people don't cover this. It blows my mind, actually, to be honest with you. But I guess that's okay. Everybody's allowed to do their own thing. I just, I guess the fascination for me as an astrologer is the astrology and how deep it goes and what's actually the reoccurrence of it. And really not afraid to tell people hey, this happened in the astrology. This was the history. Where is it relatable now? And I think that in the last, for me at least, as recording this on March 5th, to see what we've seen in the last 24 hours is like a visualization of exactly what I've been trying to talk about for a long time. And I'll, of course, go over the astrology of that. But I want to say this before I go into any of that. The biggest lesson for every single one of us on the planet is the issues that divide us should only be off the worst moral situations ever. And we can always take a position right now that we're morally on the right side and the other side's not. And then that side can take the same side. It's not going to be an easy period for us to find a way to get back to not feeling so separate. But I feel that, and I have hope that we will find it. I just hope that it's not going to come from a traditional Uranus making its ingress into Gemini this summer, which of course is every major war America's been through. And I really hope that that's not what it's going to be, but we can't not see that as a probability. I mean, like that's, you know, you've been hearing some people say that lately in more mainstream media that, of course, don't use astrology, but something I've said for a long time. But, you know, that's a probability. I'm not saying it's a guarantee. One thing about just this moment that we're in right now is we're getting ready for an eclipse season, and one to which I'm going to call it dicey. A total lunar eclipse coming in Virgo, a north node now in Pisces with Neptune. As we're going to see Neptune make its ingress into Aries, we're going to see one more solar eclipse in Aries. And by the way, if you want to join me and a lot of amazing spiritual people, I'm going to be out with Team Light. We're going to be doing an event in Sedona, March 29th and 30th. You can get tickets, go to teamlightstore.com. Super stoked to be doing it. We have so many people out there, and really it's for all the light workers out there. It's going to be epic. There's going to be Neptune coming into Aries. There's going to be a solar eclipse in Aries at the same time, and we're all going to go ride the highest vibrations into this new world. I mean, and I think that, you know, piggybacking off the understanding of why we're doing that event and kind of moving into like where we're at now, whenever we get to these kind of new energies, which literally 2025 is all about this clash between the beginning and also the end, which is kind of weird, right? It's almost like the beginning's trying to move into it, but the end doesn't want it to end. So there's a clash, and the beginning doesn't want the end trying to hold it back. And so, you know, history is really weird because when we get to these teeter-totter moments, but especially these edge of the cliff moments here, history does write in the people who do stand on the right side of history, especially Neptune and Pisces. Because if you think about Neptune and we think about Pisces, it really does rule, let's just say, spirituality, the understanding of spirit and how that connects down with soul, intuition, or psychic energies. And so if you think about Neptune being here at the end of Pisces, it's hard to see through all this fog. So even when there is a right and a wrong side, there's still fog around what looks right. But there's a simplicity that we have to look at, is just like, what's morally right? And I think from what I saw yesterday, instead of maybe getting too lost, it's like pretty simple. Pretty simple. I mean, I don't think I could ever hold a position, because, you know, there's a lot of people in the astrology community I don't agree with at all. Probably about 90%. But if they were to walk in a room or they were to present something, I would listen to it. I would stand for them. I would cheer for them. I would shake their hand. I would try and find a way to find common ground. But, you know, even if it had nothing to do about us, if there was a situation like a 13-year-old boy who's had cancer, whose dream it's always been to be a police officer, and you get the extra special love to be part of the Secret Service, and you get hoisted up and America's cheering for you and you don't stand up. I mean, what the fuck is that? I think for me, that's what has really hit me the hardest with this is you can't even have compassion for another person. You just think that they're using him as a prop. When sorry to say, however you want to look at it, that's just, you can't root for a 13-year-old that's having his dream met. By the way, you should go watch that kid's interviews today that he did. And even I thought one of the most interesting things that he said, DJ, was, I feel like I'm a 13-year-old trapped in a 50-year-old's body. And so instead of just judging a book by its cover, which you incorrectly did, or I even think what's even weirder is whether it's women's rights and seeing, especially it touches me since I played varsity volleyball and club volleyball in Southern California, which I played with people who play on the Olympic team. And USA Volleyball is one of the best Olympic teams in the world. And volleyball is not some soft little sport, if you didn't know, especially indoor. And to then have a woman who had a trans man on the other team hit a ball so hard that it gave her fucking, knocked her out so much to where she had brain fucking damage. So the party that supposedly stands for black people and stands for women can't even stand for that unless they're on their team. This idea of compassion has just gone out the window. Now you could say, oh, well, there's no compassion for the other side because they're just like, you know, look at what they did. But that's what's so interesting in the history. And so that's where I'm going to go with this at this moment and where we're at. And I actually do want to take a moment to look at yesterday's astrology because, I mean, I've been kind of on X putting it out there to kind of let people learn a little bit about transits, astrology, just even timing and put things in their head. You know, we live in a world where hopefully that becomes more of a norm. But I, of course, don't live in a world of expectation. So, which again, just even kind of then bridging into just the collective energies right now, there is no understanding the norms right now. They're all being mutated because really mutable is mutation. So when you're in Pisces and a Jupiter and Gemini and a moon coming into Gemini with this big first quarter square right before we come into that total lunar eclipse that we're going to have, that full moon next week. I mean, with a Mercury that's going to station retrograde during it, right? Or at least be in station. But it's going to station retrograde as it comes into Libra, but it's still going to be wild. We are in, you know, if you thought 2020 was crazy, to me, that's crazy in the sense of like the hardcore, you know, deception of control, which I've talked about. We don't need to go back in time that far. But Neptune and Pisces at 29 degrees is like the big one here that we're going to be looking at. Some other little things that kind of go along with that. But hold on, I'm just trying to load this chat up here on High Vibe and on I'm live on my YouTube. Oh, we got a lot of people actually. So, all right, good. I actually had that intention. I knew it would. I knew after an event like this, people get really bored and they go, fuck, I need somebody to tell me it straight. Which is kind of sad. The astrology community is scared. And I've realized also, and I'm not afraid to say it, but there's a couple of us astrologers ready to get together and expose a whole entire world about the astrology community that you all don't know. If you want a little bit of the secret of that insight, you can just go on my X and look at my replies. But there's a whole world you don't even know. There's a whole secret puppet show going on in that world. And if you speak truth, and if you don't toe the spiritual astrology line, then you're not allowed to speak at a conference anymore. You're not allowed to. Now, I'm not going to be the one that speaks for the group of us that are all coming together to come speak out about this. But just start really watching who you're watching and see who they're connected with and what is the message they're putting out. And do you think they're really inclusive? Some of the shit I found out today blew my fucking mind, but I wasn't surprised because I actually expected it to come. But I won't go into that at the moment. Let's talk about this. So March 4th, 2025. Well, Neptune, 29-degree Pisces. Now, we saw that last year, of course. Neptune came into 29-degree Pisces, came all the way to the end of Pisces, like down to the 59th minute, and then it retrograded. And yeah, what did we see? We saw a split in the Democrat Party, right? We saw people upset that they threw Kamala up. We saw a lot of weird shit in that party. We also saw the Republican Party transfer itself into the MAGA Party, the same way that the Whig Party through Lincoln transformed itself into the Know-Nothing Whigs, into Lincoln actually being a Republican that was the first Republican president. Of course, there were some Republicans that had won in Senate elections and so forth, but Lincoln had lost in 1858. But it was really interesting to see that March 4th, 1861, exactly 164 years ago yesterday, Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated the president at the Capitol building, and it was half built. Ann and I covered this a little bit in our show, History in the Stars, last week. So we'll get to this in a second, some of my receipts that I've been waiting for a Democrat to wave a fucking cane in the Capitol. And that would be the sign that we are at a divine secession, but also the age of deception coming up and all of this crazy civil war shit that's happening right now. So Lincoln inauguration, the first one, March 7th. That's right, because of the carryover that happened on the weekend. But it's Neptune 29 Pisces, which actually this might even be a little bit more interesting. Look at that March 7th, 1861 chart again. But a house still being under construction, and 7 states had already seceded, but it really was kind of waiting to see what Lincoln would say or do. And we're here again. Now, my warning for the sensitive out there is the Civil War. Now, of course, Uranus was in Gemini at this period. We don't see it till July 7th. But I don't think we're going to see a civil war when you have 50 states now in the union, and you can go anywhere in any 50 state, and there's going to be, it's not like everybody bands one together. I mean, I live in California, right? And more people voted for Trump in California than like a bunch of states combined, right? That are Republican states. So it's more about this kind of like internal civil war happening within our government. And so, people are going to be affected by it, though. And I think that we have to remember that It doesn't matter what side you're on here. Do you really want to start kind of being used as the puppet for a side? I think it's just more standing in, what's morally correct through your own filter system, not by what everybody's telling you. Because that's where the deception, and it's really hard with the media and also with cell phones today. And also there's the social paradigm with Pluto and Aquarius, which brings us to the Revolutionary War. Then of course we've got Uranus at the end of Taurus here, where last night Trump announced that we're going to start shipbuilding again. And we're exactly where Uranus and Taurus was when FDR started the shipbuilding and we were selling our old shit to the United Kingdom, or at that time, Britain. And what's so interesting to me is that, it's the same with Ukraine. Let's give all of our old shit to Ukraine, and then let's start building up our military and shipbuilding and doing all this shit before we go into a world war. So it's all happening all over again in all three, which if you know me for a long time, since 2017, I've been warning about this time, that all three would start to happen at once. And so we're at a place where we've never been before. Because whether you want to look at, George Washington being a commander in chief of the Continental Army at this period, and, Pluto finally making its full ingress into Aquarius like we just had this year. Well, technically November 19th, 2024, but, all 2025 and going into the 2040s, we got Pluto in Aquarius. That first part where it finally laid in, we finally started to see that there was a glimmer of hope that America was a possibility. Then, of course, Neptune at 29 Pisces is this moment of Abraham Lincoln doing his inaugural address. 7 states have seceded, but, Jefferson Davis is at that time, just right before it, taking this oath to be the president of the Confederate States, but he's not fully the president yet. It's a really weird Neptunian moment. Now I'm going to play you a quick clip, because what I saw last night blew my fucking mind. But I also have been telling you this shit would come. Through every single special I've done since 2020, this image, so 5 years. And I started going through some clips and I started finding some stuff. So just give it 1 sec here. The Congress of America, a Democrat beat up a fucking, you could use him as a Republican, but really back then there were know-nothings and there were Whigs. A Southerner, a Democrat, beat up another person in Congress. And you see in the corner, what is he holding? Kansas, bleeding Kansas. Because states were being developed in 1856, big time. And are they free soilers or are they slave states? And Kansas was fighting for its free soiler energy, but in Nebraska, a bunch of ruffians, came down and double voted. Did I just say double voted? And there was election fraud, and the governor had so much blood everywhere that he said, just go with the result as is. I don't want any more blood. Same degree that was the election of 2020 of Neptune. There's a tie whenever you have a planet and a south node meet, especially an outer planet, okay? So Neptune in 2016, September of 2016, with Saturn squaring, it met the south node in Pisces. That's not only just about the age of Pisces and the revealing of how much deception there's been, but you also have to remember at the same time, it's an even deeper part of the story of, well, that 19-year cycle isn't going to come back around, that we're in a 19-year cycle starting to divide. Neptune and Pisces
Pisces, believe it or not, even though it's this great spiritual planet and it's all this spiritual stuff, it's consciousness and unconscious. And there's a divide between who's really conscious and who's unconscious.
So I'm talking about in 2016, South Node, Neptune, Saturn and Sag, the square, that's what created Age of Deception, which is still living here on YouTube. This is my Divine Succession, the second Age of Deception that I did in 2022 for the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction in Pisces. And so what's now? Not only is it just this Neptune at the end of Pisces, but we have Saturn and Neptune in a node. So let's go to 2016 for a second. And the reason why I was saying Trump would win back then using basic astrology and mundane astrology wasn't even about his chart as much as it was the astrology of the times and using history. So here's, oh, I'm sorry, just fucked up there. 2016, and then let's go to like, I don't know if y'all remember I did that in September 2016, but so we know that Neptune right now, it was South Node Neptune. And what was it? South Node Neptune square Saturn. So now Saturn has come into Pisces and it's with Neptune. And what's happening? We're about to have a Mercury retrograde. And that Mercury retrograde is going to go in Aries and it's going to retrograde back into Pisces. And at that time was Mercury retrograde in Virgo. And so if you see that Mercury retrograde, it was doing 13 minutes. So it was already really slow coming back in, but it did retrograde in Libra. And Venus was in there. And Venus, of course, wasn't retrograde. It was at full speed. But it's really interesting. We're going to see this Mercury retrograde that comes in the next weekend. Be with Venus in Aries. So that Mercury retrograded in Libra and then met with Venus and then went into Virgo. It's all flipped now. And Saturn's now arrived with now the North Node, not the South Node, all at the end of Pisces here. And that Mercury retrograde is going to come all over it. So all of the fucking lies that were told in 2016, because they were all lies. If it was truth, it would have came true. It didn't come true. It all turned out to be lies. So what you're seeing is the aftermath of that. Okay? That's why in 2016 I did fucking a whole entire fucking Vegas, rented out the fucking SLS hotel, which was brand new. Only astrologer spent $20,000 on a fucking hotel to do my own fucking lectures to get this shit out there so long ago, because I knew when this shit would hit the fan in 2024, 2025, 2026, that I could always refer back to it and show people, like, I don't know why others didn't do this or teach people astrology at the same time. So you have to remember, like, this isn't just, you can't as an astrologer just be like, you know what, oh my God, like, look at where the planets are right now. It's like, to me, or any good astrologer, it's like, yeah, I've been watching this and I already knew it was going to go there, because that's how an astrologer has to work, right? The planets are perfect, meaning I know exactly when there'll be that lunar eclipse. I know exactly when Mercury's going to retrograde. It's easy. It's math. It's basic. So in my head, I go, oh shit. When Saturn comes up to me with Neptune and Pisces, because Neptune's really slow and Saturn, of course, is slow, but we're going to see all these crazy events with that Saturn-Pluto that would come. And we did in 2020. And that's why, you know, looking forward, it was really easy for me to make all these major predictions. Rising Through the Darkness, of course. Purgatory, 2020, what's next? I mean, Shattered Reality. But it was back at that moment where this is where it came out about Hillary Clinton's emails. And so in order to combat that, what happened? Trump's a Russian asset. Oh, and they were all deleted emails, by the way, off her own private server as a government employee as the Secretary of State. So if Marco Rubio was using his own private email server and not using the federal government's, and they wanted to do a FOIA report on it, do you think that anybody would be okay with that today? Fuck no. But this goes way down more deep than people realize. So let's get back to today. Let's go back to yesterday. Just putting it at high noon makes it a little bit easier. So like I showed you, Saturn made the square to Neptune on the node, but it was the south node. Now we have the north node and Neptune conjunct. Now Saturn's really close getting into this conjunction, the stellium that's happening. The sun's on its way here. There's that Mercury that's about to get ready to retrograde in Aries, the opposite sign of where it retrograded during the Saturn-Neptune square when it retrograded in Libra. And then it's going to come back into Pisces, how it went back into Virgo. Like my whole entire astrological humor brain is laughing about all this because it's been so easy to see. Because now what I'm going to do is go, let's look at when that Civil War happened. Or actually, how about better yet? Let's do the inauguration of Lincoln on March 7th, 1861. Well, that's kind of weird. It was Mercury retrograde as well. That happened in Aries. But the main part, of course, is Neptune was at 28 Pisces. Now, we just saw that in the last month. And its first ingress into Aries comes within that next month, April 13th. So let's do this ingress of Neptune. April 13th, 1861. Neptune, 0, Aries. With a Mercury that retrograded over that Neptune, by the way, which we're about to see. There's no Saturn there, though. There's no node there. So if you think what's coming is going to be chill, believe it or not, the Civil War beginning was chill compared to what's coming. Think about that one for a sec. But what's really weird is the Civil War technically started on April 12th at Fort Sumter. And it was based off of a whole propaganda scheme by the newspapers, the Southern newspapers, saying war has been declared. When Lincoln tried to send actual goods that were not weapons, but just resupplying food, his people were starting to starve there because there was all this energy of the Southern Democrats forming their own little country and creating their little confederacy. And everybody started to meet at Fort Sumter, and it was just like this weird little what's going to happen moment. And people start to get agitated, and they don't believe that Lincoln, the new president, sending over any aid. They think he's sending weapons. And so they put the propaganda out that it's weapons. And what happens is literally the day before Neptune comes into Aries, the Confederates start using their fucking cannons and firing at Fort Sumter, and a civil war begins. And everybody in the country, the Southerners and the Northerners, the Yankees, all believed that it would not be a long war, that it would be like this kind of like crazy contention moment, and that it wouldn't last long. And so this is where I'm going to show you I'm unbiased. So the idea that, you know, Trump thinks he's going to like end this war and it's going to be done quick and we're just going to get into a world with no war and it's going to just end quick is pretty not in alignment with what I would say is going to happen based off using all the historical astrological transits. including the forever long battle and war that really kind of ended quick, but it's been still a battle of the last time that Pluto was in Aquarius and Neptune was in Pisces and of course moved into Aries, which was King Henry VIII leaving the Catholic Church, the schism of that, which was a very fast and swift war, but still happens today. So we have to also remember too that if I take you to what this month is about to bring you into, let's go to now. I'll bring this up to noon. I'm not a whole sign astrology because you can do that in your head. And I don't like to put the chart at 0 Aries. I like to just show it up at noon because in your head you should be able to know that the sun's rising and Saturn's right behind it. But when that sun starts to pass over Saturn, it'll be Saturn rising. So what do I mean by that? Well, in this next week, especially next week, we're going to see there's that Mercury and Venus retrograde conjunction begin. And that's going to be on March 11th, next Tuesday. And this is all going to be while the sun and Saturn are making their conjunction. And so the sun approaching to Saturn, we see the sun-Saturn conjunction and we see Mercury pass Venus, but Mercury is going to be only doing 21 minutes. Venus retrograde is going to be faster than Mercury. So they're actually coming in at the same speed. Now, to understand for those astrologers or people who are into all this stuff that really don't kind of get, oh, did I get rid of that? I should have kept that up. Fucking. I'll just use this. I have an iPad, but we can use this. Oh, was the audio not working right there? I got it. I don't even know where it was that the audio got lost. So funny. I guess I'm just going to throw you in where I was. I don't sit and look at chats, by the way. Okay. Now, what I'm throwing you to show you is that, God, people have lost me for how long? 5 minutes or so? What I was showing you, which, maybe it would be good for people to actually have no audio and actually look at a chart. I showed you the Civil War chart. And we'll come back to this in a second. I have no problem. So let's go back to. Oh, and I looked at Lincoln's inauguration chart, which was Neptune at 28 degrees. We just were there. But then I went to the Civil War chart, which is April 13th, 1861. Neptune, 0 Aries, and the ingress I talked about, because I didn't have sound, that it happened at Fort Sumter. And what happened, it was a propaganda campaign that the South did. That they actually put out a newspaper April 10th saying that the war had been declared. Lincoln was the one who was trying to just get provisions, meaning clothes, food, and so forth, to Fort Sumter, but the South had made up the lie that he was trying to smuggle weapons into Fort Sumter. And so you have this divided country 1 month into this presidency, and you have this divided country that the people in the South and the Democrats, by the way, the Southern Democrats have created this, we're seceding. And finally, you see after Lincoln's elected, General Lee decides to join Virginia because Virginia decides to make the choice to secede the Union, and he wants to be with Virginians. And then you start to see Kentucky and these other states that had kind of remained neutral all start to join. So 11 states finally secede. And they wait for a moment, and they take a moment of compassion about provisions, and they literally attack Fort Sumter off a lie that they created. And I also said that everybody at that time period thought that the war, whether you were a Yankee in the North or you Confederate in the South, was going to just be that one and done, or maybe just this quick war. It ended up being extremely long. And the problem with right now, and what I said too, is that we're in a world where, to show how non-biased I am, that the idea that the Ukraine war, that Trump's going to save it and it's just going to end the war quick in Ukraine, and whether you want to look at that from however you want to look at it, that there's the deep state that just want to keep the war going, or that Trump's such a bad negotiator that's why, whatever side you're on, it doesn't matter. The astrology shows it's not going to end, and that we're going into crazy wars, internal civil war in the government aspects. And unfortunately, Crimea is exactly where Saturn and Pluto, when we saw that back in 1284, and we also saw really interesting stuff happening with the Knights Templar and the last Holy Wars ending. But when you get to 1345 and the big Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, or Jupiter, Saturn, Mars conjunction that was at the end of Capricorn into Aquarius, which we saw, the big plagues come, and it was where Crimea is today, the Black Plague. At that time, it wasn't Crimea, of course, and that's where the Mongolians started hucking over literally dead bodies that had the plague into Western civilization. Because when East meets West, when international trade becomes too big, when every time in history we get the world's biggest plague and it destroys and we go to dark ages and so forth. So anybody pushing for globalization, it's always the end of half a civilization every time when those three planets come together. And it was ironically the Pope's astrologer who figured that out. Getting back to the Civil War, it was Neptune ingressing into Aries the day after the Civil War started. So it actually is a Pisces theme. It's more of this defining the sides and really not being so much in the dark anymore of what side's going to do what is what Neptune in Aries is about. And so where are we at now? Well, I showed another chart where I just brought us to today, and I said I don't use whole sign because you could do that motherfucking chart in your head. Anybody who's using whole sign, I don't know why they just don't use it in their head. It's the most easiest, simplest shit you could ever do. If the fucking sign is, like in this case, Cancer, then it's Cancer ascendant. Okay, and then anything in Aries is the 10th house. Anything in fucking Gemini is the 12th. I mean, it's super easy. I don't even know why people run a whole sign chart. There's no reason to run it. The only reason there is a reason to run an ascendant is to get an exact defining position in which how the houses are going to be laid out. But we're in full retard astrology at the moment. So, you know, we're going backwards in astrology. The mainstream astrology community is going backwards. We're supposed to always be going forward with it. Hence, if they really want to say that astrology is ruled by Uranus, we should be going forward, not backwards. And then on top of it, it's Mercury is actually the ruler, and Mercury's smart enough to do it in its head. But here we are, Neptune 29. Before I showed that video, I showed you that Saturn and Neptune have now come together. I showed you the big square. So everything in 2016 is coming back to haunt. So the lies about Hillary, right? Like, oh, Trump's a Russian asset. She's the one who had the server that got hacked. She's the one who had 30,000 emails that got deleted, right? So what were in those emails? Were they Epstein things? Of course, we know that she paid for the dossier in order to fucking lie about Trump to get the whole idea that he was a Russian asset. So all these things are coming to roost because the end of Neptune Pisces with Lincoln was what? It was really simple. He said in his speeches in order to become the president during the election, I'm an abolitionist, but I'm not a total one. I am going to only suggest that new territories that become states will not be slave states. So they'll be free states, but I don't want to touch the states that are already slave states. You guys can have your slave states. He even after winning the election told every Democratic state and got the House and the Senate and James Buchanan, who was the president at the time, to all agree to make an amendment to the Constitution that slave states that were originally slave states can always stay that way. And Democrats chose not to. They wanted to fight for it. So it reminds me of that party today. You could concede with them and give them everything they want. So the big lie that's been, well, you know, Trump's gonna take away people's abortion rights. He hasn't even brought it up once. That was what the whole election was about. Right? It was about abortion and the fears that it's being taken away. Well, that's exactly what happened in Neptune at the end of Pisces the last time we were here, is that Lincoln's going to take away the slaves' rights. He never said he was going to take away people who own slaves, their rights to have slaves. They took it away from themselves by then starting a civil war, which then eventually, of course, yeah, now we're going to take them all away because look at what you guys will do for that shit. But what's crazy is I was also running the chart of like, let's go like, as we get to, we got that Mercury, Venus that are going to be together. And I showed you that. Then when Neptune comes into Aries here, oh, the sun and Neptune. So I showed you that in the 3D chart. I don't know if people saw or heard me on the 3D chart, but did people see me on the 3D chart? I'll actually read this chat for a second. Oh, okay. So nobody heard me on the 3D chart. So what I was showing is that back in December, the reason how I was able to pick that the end of the Democrat Party would come is not just from the history and using it for years in the past, but using Nostradamus and actually knowing that in his March 1st, 1555 chart, that's the preface that he gives to his son, Caesar, to teach him the secrets of the prophecies book is the astrology. And so when you run 1555 and you look at March 1st, you see we're going through Venus retrograde through the same zone, the same star point. We're going through a Saturn that's leaving Pisces and ingressing into Aries during the same period that we're going to see him, but we're going to be seeing Neptune as well. So it's even more intense. But you can tell from a helio point of view, because I knew that this would all happen by looking at this. The most rarity in astrology, you can look at it from the farthest planet out doing something, Pluto, Neptune, or the inner planet and the outer planet, the first inner planet, Venus, and the first outer planet, Mars, when the Earth is in between. Meaning they're in opposition in a geochart. And to watch what's been happening is to watch this race where Mars finally starts to lose the race in helio as it's going retrograde, and Earth finally then passes when we have the come into Capricorn season, and we see there's when we see the sun opposite Mars, right? When Earth comes in between in Capricorn season, right? And so you bring us to now, and what we're coming into in this March is that Mercury-Venus conjunction. Now, this Mercury-Venus conjunction is interesting because if I just go back to like here on the 10th and right, we're seeing this for a long period of time. And then we're going to see Mercury usher Venus in back into Pisces. And so we also saw in the 1861 chart, Mercury in Pisces, but we saw also during the inauguration of Lincoln, Mercury retrograde at 0 Aries. And so what that means is Mercury retrograde crossing over Neptune happened the last time that Neptune ingressed into Aries. The same thing's about to happen again. And what I was saying in the 3D chart is I just showed you that Mercury-Venus. We're going to have a lunar eclipse here on the 14th, and it's going to be opposite, and I'll annotate this. It's going to be opposite the midpoint of Saturn-Neptune. I like showing people a helio chart and then giving them a geo perspective. So you're getting both at the same time. This is the only way to do it, to get people to start to understand it. Because, my God, the fucking flat earth community can't even actually show yet how they make the alignments happen. They don't understand it yet. Okay? So this is going to be more potent than the Civil War ingress because this has the nodes with it. It has eclipse season happening with Neptune ingressing into Aries. It has Mercury and Venus both going to retrograde over Neptune. So we're going to see multiple Cazimis back to back right at the beginning of Aries, end of Pisces, right? Like this is the beginning and the end. And these are the signatures of how the world changed in the 1550s, but also, even more importantly, it happened also when back in 1531, 32, when Pluto had come into Aquarius and Neptune was leaving Pisces and came into Aries, we saw the schism from the Catholic Church. Forever. From King Henry VIII. But moving along, what you're going to see at the end of this Pisces season is the last Sun-Neptune conjunction at the final degree. And so I know I was showing this stuff and you couldn't maybe hear it, but there's the 0 point of Aries right here. There's Neptune from Earth's point of view looking, but also in helio. From helio point of view, from the sun's point of view, Neptune's at 29.5 degrees of Pisces. So we're actually going to see a helio-geo link up of Neptune ingressing into 0 Aries. Remember, in helio, there is no retrogrades. It's only a perspective from Earth that it looks that way. But we end Pisces season on this really extreme moment, and we also have Venus in front of our face, meaning the Cazimi is about to happen, and then Mercury. And then we're going to see those come back to back as we come into Aries season. And we're in eclipse. We're in between eclipses. There's that moon going into its 3/4 square before it come into a solar eclipse that's going to bring in Neptune and Aries. And that's what's going to be really interesting, is like seeing these Cazimis, like right here, 2 degrees Aries, right? Then we see Mercury and Venus again making their alignment with Earth. So you're seeing these patterns happening multiple times from one side to the other, all as we left February and end March. You're seeing, and then you're seeing, of course, as we come to the very end, which is really interesting to see, this is where we're going to see from, it's kind of interesting from our point of view, and that's where it gets really interesting is, let me just go one more day. There is that position of where, from Earth's point of view, it looks like Neptune's moved to 0 Aries. It's that concocted kind of point of view there. And what's interesting is also solar-wise, from a helio point of view, it's at the edge about to come into Aries as well on this March 31st. And we have Venus right in front of our face, and we have Mercury at the same time too. And the same time, if I were to take you to 1861, let me try and move the date here. Oh, yeah, this thing takes forever. But I'll do it for you all. (1861) April 13th. Same placement of Earth, right? And Mercury. Now, Venus wasn't there, but that's what's crazy. Neptune's the same spot. And of course, April's a little bit farther than March, 2 weeks farther, so it's a little bit farther, but it's at this point that it looks like it's there. And then helio-wise, we're starting to see Neptune be there. But it's interesting to see Mercury there, because if I were to show you the chart of Mercury that's going to retrograde over Neptune, which really it's just Mercury passing the Earth with Neptune, and this one's with Venus. So like for us, we're seeing this Venus retrograde. We're seeing the Sun and Neptune be its last conjunction. And so if you actually think back in 1860, well, let me show you that first. Like here's that Mercury Venus and how rare this is. Sun Venus Cazimi at near the 0 point of Aries, right? So the star point's happening closer and closer to the beginning and the end zone. And then we're going to see that Mercury Cazimi, then the Sun. Then you're going to see Venus retrograde and Neptune make their conjunction at 29 Pisces, and Venus exalted there. Both the ruler and the exalted planet in a very unique, rare conjunction. Mercury then is going to retrograde over Neptune the same way it did, right? And it's going to be at 29. It's kind of crazy. It doesn't look like it. I have to go to hours here. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, hours. But you will see a North Node, Venus, Mercury. There it is right there. All at 29 Pisces. So that's why I keep showing you this Mercury, Venus that we're seeing now is coming back, but then it's going to be in the other sign backwards in retrospect. And we did see, and now that's where I could take you to 1861. So let me bring this up a little bit here. Let's bring this over here. And Let's see that Mercury that's there. Okay, yeah, all right. Let's go back days. Mercury retrograde over Neptune at the end of Pisces before it comes in during the sun and it was a new moon, ironically. So we just had that new moon that was in Pisces, and that new moon in Pisces set this whole fucking crazy thing off on that Thursday. That was March, right? Like it literally set off every crazy situation that's happening right now. And at that time, March 11th, just 4 days into the presidency of Lincoln, same shit started to happen right away. But it wasn't until Neptune Aries it comes that it's fully like, I guess this is happening for real. So I think that one thing I want to tell people that's much more an understanding of what I'm trying to get at, because there's a lot of fucking things here, is that it's not going to be felt like it's real yet. If you do all the history, and that, I recommend watching the show that Ann and I did last week. It's here on my YouTube if you're not on High Vibe, about the Civil War, that nobody thought it was going to really happen. And everybody thought, even with these states seceding and these Democrats doing these crazy things, that it wouldn't become, that they wouldn't go all the way. And then the Southern Democrats didn't think that the Republicans would actually come for them. Boy, was that wrong. And that's the problem about this Mercury-Neptune energy as Neptune's leaving Pisces. That we're all in a fucking haze. We're all in a fog, but really that fog is the idea that we're all Humpty Dumpty and waiting for who's going to do the first stupid fall. Now, if we now move day-wise and we start to see the last Sun-Neptune conjunction, the last Sun-Neptune conjunction at the end of Pisces, the last time Neptune was in Pisces was March 19th, 1861 at 29 degree Pisces. So let's just have some fun because I didn't do this with Ann, but let's just have some fun. All right. What was the news March 19th, 1861? That's March. The Taranaki War ends. Conflict between the indigenous Maori and the British colonial forces in New Zealand. It began in 1860, so it was a war that didn't last too long. Oh, so the end of the southern mail route as operations shifted to Central Overland Trail due to the impending. So we are right now in an impending civil war. You just witnessed it. I'm going to go deeper into that part of it, but that's really interesting. That now things start being changed. What's even weirder is like seeing with the stuff with Canada right now. Because if you use the Pluto transit of it being in Aquarius, believe it or not, Canada was being negotiated to be for America with the British during the Treaty of Paris at the end of the Revolutionary War. But now you're starting to see, nope, we're cutting this off. You can't have this anymore. You can't have that. We're cutting, right? So the end of mail routes is the idea of trade routes. So the last bag of mail of the Butterfield Overland Mail Company departed from St. Louis, Missouri on March 18th, 1861, arriving in San Francisco on April 13th when Neptune went into Aries. So it's like a postmark of like, it's like a message in a bottle, but more like a postman. Oh, here's mail coming from St. Louis going to San Francisco, which remember, California turned Republican in 1860 because of the Southern Democrats that were taking over the state. And look what's happening in California right now. This marked the end of the Southern Mail Route as operations shifted to the Central Overland Trail due to the impending Civil War. On March 19th, President Abraham Lincoln dispatched Gustavus V, or V. Fox, to Charleston, South Carolina to assess the situation at Fort Sumter. Fox's mission was to evaluate Major Robert Anderson's circumstances and the sentiments of the South regarding the fort, which was a focal point in the escalation tension. So we have to remember that, like, whether it's the southern border or whether it's the situation that's now happened at the New York Federal Bureau of Investigation office that's going down, because it's all tied to what happened in 2016. And if you don't remember, September 2016 election, Hillary, right? Wow, they have really gotten rid of like stories. So it was the debates, but that's in Libra season, but still, like, the idea was Clinton's lead shrinks among likely voters, and it's because of her favoritism. And then that's a horrible article. It's just, we're in a world to where ChatGPT is better. And so, it's so funny. Some people like look at now what AI you use. Like, why aren't you using Grok 3? Because I found more mistakes on Grok 3 than anything else in the world, believe it or not. September 2016 Hillary news election search. So it was the big debate moment, like you'd be in jail. Health concerns. Clinton's health became a topic of discussion. On September 11th, she left a 9/11 memorial event early due to feeling unwell. That's where she's fucking spazzing out, going into the fucking Tahoe. Came to light March 2015. FBI investigated the matter in July 2016. Though they noted that they recommended no criminal charges, they noted that she had been extremely careless. And then the FBI reopened it in October 2016. So if you actually think of like what I showed you in September and the big square, and really it was the end of September coming in October, these are all the things that are going to be coming out, right? And then the Trump asset with Russia things coming out, and that's what everybody's saying all over again. And what's really weird though is like what's really it's about is the Epstein things. And so that's going to be like what is going to kind of be the beginnings of where it goes crazy, because now I'll mix to more Civil War history and what we just saw yesterday. So, Kansas. Remember, I covered this in 2020 very intensely. This was the map in 1856 that showed you where we were as a country. These ones that are in dark gray here were all the slave states in the southern states. The ones in the north in red were the free states. And then these were the territories. And California was actually a state, right? But that's because of the gold rush. But it's here in the middle of Kansas and Nebraska in these territories where Kansas is becoming a state and people are double voting. The Democrats are trying to force it to become a slave state, and they start killing people and they start double voting. They start bringing people from other territories and double voting, and an election fraud happens. And so when they tell you election fraud never happened, the 2020 election in 1856's astrology is exactly the same. So that's why I said this is bogus, because the astrology, the Democrats, the whole reason the Civil War happened was not about, well, it was about slaves, but it was about the election fraud to force a new territory to become a slave state that didn't want to be one. On top of that, it was also the lies that if Lincoln becomes the president, that he's going to get rid of slavery, when that's not true, right? So it's based off all these lies. And if you don't believe it, the goal of influencing local politics, pro-slavery factions thereby captured many early territorial elections, often by fraud. So what's the other term we're hearing right now with Neptune and Pisces and everything? The fraud and waste, right? Often by fraud and intimidation. In November 1854, thousands of armed pro-slavery men known as border ruffians or Southern Yankees. So the old term of a Confederate before a Confederate was a Southern Yankee, mostly from Missouri, poured into the Kansas territory and swayed the vote in the election for a non-voting delegate to Congress in favor of pro-slavery Democratic candidate John Wilkins Whitfield. The following year, a congressional committee investigating the election reported that 1,729 fraudulent votes were cast compared to the 1,114 legal votes. What happened in 2020? More votes than there were people that voted. That all dropped at the last part by Democrats. So, once everybody gets out of their little fucking sensitive fucking woke show ending thing that's about to happen, this is going to be one of the things that breaks the camel's back of that party. In one location, only 20 of the 604 voters were residents of the Kansas territory, and another 35 are residents and 226 were non-residents. Or what else was said last night? People are being paid. And so, people say it's a lie about Social Security, people that are 130 years old. No, what's happening is the system is saying that the person's not dead, and even the media last night admitted that's true, but that doesn't mean they're getting paid. No, the people in that family line they just keep taking the payment and not saying anything. So 1856 is important, though, because Jupiter and Neptune make their conjunction in Pisces. What happened in 2022? Jupiter and Neptune conjuncted in Pisces again, the two rulers. And that's exactly when the biggest lies, you thought, oh, Biden's going to be the next president, and the Democrats, we win everything, and the red wave will never happen. Look at it, just broke, never going to, right? I was like, this is all going to be the opposite. But here's what just happened last night. A Democrat. Now, he didn't beat anybody, but I've been saying for years, and I know there's a million people in this chat that'll fucking verify, because I'm going right now through my archives, which,
I have fucking so many fucking almost 10,000 plus videos, right? I have like, it's beyond insane how many hours of fucking video. It's in the fucking 100,000 something stupid like that hours. I'm having to use AI transcripts to go through it all to find every moment. But all the moments, I'm putting together a whole list that will be videos of just me being like, when you see a fucking Democrat waving a fucking cane in the fucking Senate or the House or technically the Capitol, that party's over and that party is going to do the darkest shit we've ever seen in our lives. And last night, I'm getting a lot of people very interested in this right now. This is what I said. I waited 5 years and told the world when a Democrat raises a cane in the Capitol, civil war is back. This time it will be within the government and Democrats will lose. Well, there it is. You should have seen my mouth fucking drop in front of my wife and my fucking daughter last night when that shit happened. And, you know, I know that there's a lot of people out there that, you know, I love you. I don't care what party you're from. I love you. I'm just giving you, you know, it's been very difficult for the last 9 years since 2016 coming out with all these big predictions and all these things that are going to happen and telling people for years, 3 years prior, there's a big plague coming and they're going to use it to control people and they're lying about it and all these. I mean, I can go on for hours. We don't need to do the Pisces thing and go all the way back. I have my receipts. They're up there. But when I've been showing this, and I will even prove to you, so I showed you here, here's the 2022. How about I show you 2020? Why not? To show you, no, this is what I've been saying. Where is that video? Fucking. I don't even recognize oh, here it is. Yeah, here we go. What's next? 2020. I did this April of 2020. It's right somewhere in here. Man, I was young. The young gun. Well, actually, I'll have you hear it this way.
Forcing slavery down the throat of a free soiler. A free soiler in that term was somebody who wanted to be on soil, land, that literally was not about slavery.
Like vaccine passports. And so I connected it with all that shit. You don't forget, I warned you. I said they're going to try and do this shit. They're going to try and fucking say, no, you can't be free. You can't be free. You're not allowed to be free. Right?
Fucking people come in and start shooting and killing people, okay? It's Bleeding Kansas. It's so much violence between groups that the territory became known as Bleeding Kansas.
BLM.
Thousands of pro-slavery border ruffians came across the Missouri to vote in the territorial elections. We don't want anybody to see anything that has to do with who knows, right? Like if you're really there or not. What if you fucking live in 2 states or you want to go on a computer in another state and log in under somebody else and throw your vote in twice? It's online to register using, you know, be broken. I'm just going to let you know as a computer nerd who built it. But they're actually creating the whole idea of seceding from the Union already. California already in 2018 already tried to split up the state and make it a 3-state state. Why do you think that they're trying to keep the implementation of this COVID so long? And I'm basing this off the astrology. I'm not saying there's no COVID. I'm just saying that, like, keep
Even though I said there was no COVID, but.
This thing going and keep people at home and keep having the feds pay for it and then us go bankrupt to where we can say we're bankrupt and we're no longer going to be part of the union anymore. Because
What state is the worst deficit right now? Fucking all the Democrat states. What just happened today? I actually wasn't going to go here, but this makes a lot of sense. Democrat, and I said this 5 years ago. Democrat mayors, news, Democrat mayors face questions over sanctuary city policies, right? And about how much money they've been paying, but how much debt they're in. Democrat, fucking, you gotta take that story away from me. I don't want to read your newspaper. This was last year, but Democrats must fix debt crisis in Chicago and the state. Oh, what did I say? Use COVID, drain it out, use BLM. And this is in April of 2020, okay? And then, because this is how they're going to try and do it. And now, what just happened today, right? These Democrat mayors get thrown up. Fuck that. Let's use this. I can't believe this shit. Yeah, I cuss like a fucking sailor. House GOP pursues stopgap measure to avoid shutdown. Okay. You're really not going to have the fucking big fucking shit that happened today on the fucking, look at Apple News. No, we're not going to do, we don't want to show that right now. Mayors. Can I just fucking. Mayors tell Congress pro-immigrant policies reduced crime. Yeah, right. All right. So Boston, Chicago, Denver, and New York said Wednesday that their policies that limit cooperation with federal immigration, right? Scapegoating entire communities is not only misleading, blah, blah, blah. That's all the headlines they want you to see, but it goes deeper. Released a disaster movie style. Research found the immigrants are less likely than native to commit crimes. Okay. We don't call anyone to our city. Calling yourself a sanctuary city is doing that. That they were in violation of the law for harboring immigrants, illegal people, right? And not following the federal code. I think your policies are hurting the American people. Mayor Adams. Man, so, you know, and I have to fucking... I hate when I have to do this kind of shit. Mayors, Democrat, debt today. Mayors.
Brandon Johnson, their treatment and deportation. The test in Denver spoke before Mayor Brandon in cooperation with federal law enforcement on criminal matters, and we do not harbor criminals. We arrest them. After the four mayors spoke, they are now being questioned, and we will hear from the 47 members. He will have live reporting coming up later this afternoon.
Let me actually find here.
American people you represent. You all have blood on your hands. I'm going to
Bleeding Kansas.
ask a series of yes or no questions today, and I would like to remind all of you, you are under oath. I only want to...
Long story short, we don't even need to go into this, but...
You didn't bail us out. And if we pack together, even though we're across continents, because right now I already know everybody in their head's like, but that's across continents, or it's across the country. Well, let's look at the map again of 1856. And I'll erase the board. Here's another monopoly board, America. Across continents was in alignment last time. And now it's flipped. That's no longer red. That's no longer.
Now, of course, that was up until 2024. Now, to get back to the cane.
Right now, who got bailed out in Congress in May
Oh, here we go.
1956 when Free Soiler Senator Charles Sumner was assaulted with a walking cane by Democratic Republican Preston Brooks in the Senate chamber.
So that's what I keep going
It's
into.
going to be all the people from the states for the Democratic convention who are not going to be in live form, not able to be seen, not able to put up their hands, right? You have to put up your hands. You got to put.
So the way that they brought Kamala in is the same way,
Has to come down. That's what,
right?
So you really think it's going to be
Like they didn't do the convention where you see the hands and you see the states twice. They didn't do it in 2020 with Biden, and they didn't do it with Harris. And that's exactly what they did in the 1854 election of President Pierce being the Democrat who comes in as the president. And he was already in, and they push him out and they put James Buchanan, which is like Biden. Oh, the guy that was away from all this, and let's bring him in. The Democrats have done the same playbook. And then now Trump, same time period, Lincoln's elected, a new party under the old idea of Republican values, which used to be the Whig Party. Now it's been the old Republican Party is the MAGA Party. And so now you've seen a fucking cane go off from a Democrat to a Republican over these Democrat issues that nobody in the country aligns with. And when I mean nobody in the country, if you think about at that time period of Southern chivalry, let's go back up to this map. The amount of slaveholders in a population of over 5 million people, so about 6 million, it's like 6 million people in the South. Only 347, hold on one second. Yeah, so slave states with a white population of 6 million have 30 senators at that time. Free states, white population was 13 million people. And the amount of slaveholders in the whole South was only 347,000 people. So what do I mean by that? Well, when you think of the whole country and you think of even in Democrat states, like let's say the boys and women's sport issue, 80% of people don't believe that men should be in women's sports. So if you're on that other side at this moment, you're in a position where nobody agrees with you except do you want to be one of the like little 347,000 people? Which if we were to use in today's terms, maybe 3 million people out of the 330 million? If you want me to give you the exact math, I'll just total up that there was 20 million people. Fucking do it. Man, I should have brought that search bar back, but whatever, fucking calculator. All right, so 20 million. Well, times that by 347,000. I think I divide that by 347,000 people. Yeah, 5% of the population. Because we know that the slaves didn't want that. So when they're telling you, who's going to pick your cotton? Oh, wait, sorry. Who's going to pick your strawberries? The immigrants are the new slaves. Put them into a fucking hotel. It's like a sweat house. They even say they're cheap wage. Nobody's going to want to do it. But let's have compassion for them because they, quote unquote, had compassion for the slaves back then.
Not her first career choice, but Maria has 2 daughters to feed, so she works where she can.
Quiero seguir estudiando en la universidad. Quiero tener un trabajo digno.
Maria used to pick food.
Ya sea en la cebolla, en el cilantro.
For 15 years, she worked in the fields.
Es muy difícil porque pues no tenemos un trabajo fijo.
Last year, Maria got COVID, had to self-medicate. COVID lingered. Her body can no longer handle the grueling field work. Undocumented with no path to change that at the moment,
So then the Democrats don't want you if you're not doing all that fucking work. Fucking, they don't want you if you're not doing that work the same way in back in the old days. I know this is going to trigger the shit out of people. But I, for 5 years, have shown you, when you see the fucking cane raise, when that cane starts to fucking rise, we're at that point. And if you think that the general public agreed with anything that the Democrats wanted last night, you're insane. If you look at the polling and you look at where people are at. You couldn't stand for a kid with cancer. You couldn't stand for a woman who fucking got murdered by an illegal immigrant. You couldn't stand for any of these things that are about us as the common people, not even about Trump agenda shit, right? As far as like about him, about just other Americans going through crazy shit that was allowed. If I were to be back in 1860 and throw a fucking slave up there and have a Democrat start beating the slave and just being like, clap for him, nobody would. You wouldn't, but guess what? This whole fight that happened back in the day was about that. Instead of arguing or having debates, it turned into about fucking waving the fucking cane and trying to fucking, I'm going to fucking hit you, motherfucker. I don't think people are ready for what's about to happen. Every sign as an astrologer has shown up. Now, I'm not here to try and be the morally what's right or what's wrong. I mean, I'm going back in history and then I'm using also what's happening in the moment and I'm going, hey, let's have a talk. I run High Vibe TV. I'm a spiritual person. Like last night, a Democrat, RFK, a Kennedy was up there who wants to look at how do we figure out what's happening with cancer, autism, and not trying to say it's the vax and not trying to say it's anything. Let's just figure out what it is. Is it the fucking microplastic? Is it fucking something in the food supply? Is it something in the air? What is it? And nobody stood up? You don't care about that either? The only thing you care about is fucking Ukraine? That has no elections because of fucking what's happening over there with their fucking, oh, that's right, they're under a fucking military fucking has taken over the whole entire fucking, there is no democracy over there right now. It's under martial law. Oh, by the way, no gay people are allowed to be in fucking Ukraine unless they're in a fucking porn video because it's the porn capital of the world, by the way. If you look that up yourself. Or just, cocaine trade in Ukraine. Oh, that's so funny. Drug on the front line. The war in Ukraine is fueling drug use among soldiers, particularly of synthetic substances. All right, this is the globalinitiative.net, and it's against transnational organized crime. Okay, so you're really about transnational organized crime if we just want to take it on that simple front. It's 15th in the world for synthetic drug trade of 193 countries. It's second of the 17 countries in Central and Eastern Europe, and it's second of the 44 countries in Europe. In late 2023, Katerina received a phone call from a hospital in Dnipro. Her brother was in the emergency room. She was told he was alive and relatively unharmed but hysterical. He had overdosed on methadone. That the economy surrounding criminal networks, the war and related issues in Ukraine and the wider region include methods used to fund the war and avoid sanctions regimes, providing timely, granular analysis of the illicit economy in an easily accessible format for key international stakeholders. Moreover, it provides tools needed to understanding criminal networks, blah, 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 blah. Right? So like, you don't want this to end? One thing that happened during the Civil War were tariffs. Tariffs were the majority source of revenue for the U.S. government during the 19th century. The Morrill Tariff of 1861 and other tariffs during the Civil War were highly protective and controversial. Tariffs raised the price of imported goods to benefit domestic industries. Tariffs were a contentious topic in that era. Remember, Lincoln praised and used tariffs. The Morrill Tariff was a turning point that led to 52 years of high tariff protectionism. Tariffs are for protection. The Morrill Tariff was strongly opposed by southern states, Democrats, for their dependence on imported goods. The Morrill Tariff played a role in the secession crisis. No, not just illegal immigrants and slaves. Oh, wait, both the same thing. Fucking tariffs, too. The Confederate Constitution. So let's just call that the new Democrat of today Constitution and their little new thing they're going to try to start inside the government here. Banned high import taxation, essentially creating free trade zone to the South. How the tariffs were later addressed was the Revenue Act of 1913. Oh, and the Federal Reserve, right? The Smoot-Hawley-Taft Act of 1930 exaggerated the Great Depression, and the modern American trade policy was reconstructed in 1934. So everybody keeps going, the last time that we did tariffs, they go back to this. Well, that's a probability. But really what it's going back to, if we use the astrology, is the Morrill Tariff. Right? Tariffs are a tax levied on imported goods, yada, 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 right? Following the War of 1812, Henry Clay developed the idea of the American system consisting of an integrated economy where tariffs excluded European producers and federal investments in vast networks. So we kind of went back to that. But when you get to 1861, the Morrill Tariff was signed into law by the Democrat right before literally Lincoln took office. British opinion at the time favored free trade, and the Morrill Tariff was detested in Britain. which, by the way, Canada is Britain because it's a fucking monetary parliamentary fucking government where the king and technically the old queen that's now dead is on your money, and you have a prime minister who has to report to the governor general, and the governor general represents the crown in Canada. And it's not an independent country. It's the king's country. Okay? It unintentionally alienated or otherwise natural anti-slavery ally for what could at best be described as short-term economic favors to a few politically connected firms and industrialists. The Confederacy eagerly exploited the misstep in its unsuccessful quest for diplomatic recognition, yet in doing so also elevated the tariff cause from its role as a complaint to a centerpiece of the lost cause. All right, so remember that the whole Southern Civil War is called the lost cause. It's a lost cause, the things they're fighting for. It already is lost. So why are you going to go try and fight it? What started as a lesser secessionist grievance, only to be adapted into a somewhat diversionary diplomatic tactic with Britain, returned as rationalized memory in the post-bellum sorting of the war's physical destruction and slavery's moral baggage. Whereas tariff battles saw the country pivot between competing regimes of protection and relatively free trade, the Civil War inaugurated a semi-permanent political ascendance of the tariff's industrial beneficiaries in the Gilded Age. Traditional free trade in the absent and then politically weakened South, along with the agricultural West, were unable to regain the upper hand until Woodrow Wilson's administration. As a result of its settlement in 1861 and its wartime entrenchment, the tariff remained the dominant topic of American economic policy until the eve of the First World War. This is when Lincoln ran in 1860 for free speech, free homes, and free territory. Protection of the American industry. That sounds exactly how Trump ran it. Or what he just said. So my whole point here is use the fucking astrology, please. Because what I'm seeing on 95% of the astrologers out there is they're just saying, free Ukraine or whatever. It's like, where's your astrology understanding of what's going on? They're like, the tariffs are going to ruin everything. Did it ruin? It ruined everything for the Democrats. Because what happened? They thought that they were going to make a bunch of money with their cotton. And what happened? The blockade started to happen and no cotton could leave. So then I'm mixing Uranus at this part of Taurus, because what happened, right? FDR, shipbuilding, right? 1930s. During the 1930s, FDR worked to expand the U.S. Navy by building new ships and modernizing older ones. This effort included recruiting new workers, building new naval bases, and developing naval aviation programs. What was just said last night? In 1938, the act authorized a 20% increase in ship tonnage above the treaty limits. In 1934, the bill provided for the construction of 102 ships over 8 years. Shipbuilding workers. Okay, right? What did we do with our old ones? We gave them away to Great Britain. But what was happening now? We're giving all of our old shit to fucking our old jets, weird shit. All that shit is all old. To Ukraine. And let's look at the 30s while FDR's in for a sec. Why not? Here's in 34. Where's Uranus? Taurus. Okay. Let's go to Taurus. There's it in Aries in 34, which is weird because when Uranus was at the end of Aries, Trump was president. And what did he do? Expanded the military. Trump's back. And so what I'm going to do now is show you, we'll go to today, now. And here's Uranus and Taurus at 23 degrees. Now, that would be, if we go backwards, I could actually do this easy, really quick, make my life a little bit easier. There we go. Position, Uranus, 23, Taurus. Nineteen forty, 1941. The year World War II started. Okay, so let's do FDR and ship building. Let's say do military, 1940. In 1940, signed legislation to increase the size of the U.S. Navy and to expand shipbuilding capacity. The Naval Expansion Act of 1940. Now, Trump, shipbuilding address. Oh, that's the whole fucking thing.
This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it.
Damn! Pretty easy to fucking see what's gonna happen. I can't make this shit. One of the points I want to make doing all this tonight is like, for 9 fucking years, just go type in the Leo King Reddit and all the lies and all the crazy shit. I am fucking the whole time using the astrology. Like, it's not that fucking hard. But we can't find astrologers at all in this mainstream idea of fucking astrology to get one thing even fucking right anymore and to fucking actually do it and to actually put it out there when it's actually fucking really simple. But no, and all of it's the opposite of what the astrology is saying. I could do this all, I've been doing this for 9 years straight, this exact fucking work. Just like, yeah, this will happen. This is going to be, we're here. This is the moment. This is happening. And it's like, I'm in a cruise control with it. It's fucking, in astrology, you should be in cruise control all the time. It's fucking easy. It's not triggering. It's not because, oh my God, he's some crazy fucking Trump obsessed. No, even during the whole Biden 4 years, I'd be like, well, Biden's doing this. This is what's going to happen. 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 When Obama was president, I'm on the streets in Hollywood. Before I even knew Trump was running for president.
Badass that you're going to kill people. This is where the harsh truth is coming in, that you need positivity with harsh truth, and harsh truth needs positivity. Like it's a very, or you need, I'll be honest, positivity needs to have that harsh truth to make it positive, to make sure it's the right thing. But these are gnarly times, and I think it's important to see that this week is going to trigger the finale of this energy that we've been in for the couple weeks. We just had some good news come out that one of the American hostages just got freed. And I'll be honest, I called that in last week's show. So there is good news on the horizon. And I think with all the events that are being triggered with rappers and the events of earthquakes, this is a week to really highlight it all.
I have never changed what I've been doing the whole fucking time. This is 11 years ago. This August or July, when was it? August 26, 2014. I have not changed what I fucking do at all. It doesn't matter if it was Obama. It doesn't matter if it was fucking Trump, and then it doesn't matter if it was Biden again. It doesn't matter if it's Trump again. I don't give a fuck. I'm always doing what the astrology is saying and predicting events. So the week prior to that, I'm sitting on Hollywood Boulevard saying there's going to be a hostage that's going to fucking get saved. This was the Mars in Scorpio. I'll never forget, in 2014, square Saturn in Scorpio with Mars in conjunction, squaring Jupiter and Leo. So I'm talking about the shootings that are happening then.
August 26th and 25th got rolled for having a bunch of guns. So the truth is that this is going to play out very intensely right now. And if you see on the world stage with ISIS right now, with other aspects of governments going crazy, the energy is intense. And this weekend, the moon is going to come into Scorpio and highlight all of this same energy. So I'm just going to be honest with everybody. This is going to kind of be still around this week. And this is the big test. Can people check their egos? Can people move into the positivity even when it's harsh? Can the earth handle this intensity? I mean, we just popped off a bunch of earthquakes, and these ones actually were felt very intensely with people. So this is kind of an interesting time. This also is playing out with, I just looked at this story today. This airline had a bunch of passengers on it, and a huge fight broke out on the airline. We very rarely see this. This is the times right now. It's intense, it's harsh.
I'm fucking really sick of people fucking boycotting me for speaking what is the fucking truth. Do you know how hard it is to sit and stand there with cameras that you self-fund and do yourself and do astrology on Hollywood fucking Boulevard? And walk around and have spiritual talks on the fucking boulevard?
Government's changing, like Ukraine right now is basically in kind of this weird position. How do you feel that world events are going? How do you think that the world can sit down and meditate? How do you think that'll happen? Well, let's try and get through my boy right here, right? Right now is basically much related, and where we're at in the world right now with governments changing, like Ukraine right now is basically...
I was talking about Ukraine in 2014 doing the astrology, motherfuckers. On the fucking boulevard. I'm fucking over the fucking bullshit. I'm really over it. I'm fucking over it. Because that's my personal reason, but it's still not the main. It's not the main reason. The main reason I'm here tonight to do this, we are coming to the Sun Neptune's last conjunction in Pisces at the last degree. And the last time that happened, no, we need more. More events. Civil War history on this day and days leading up. How about 5 days leading up? Or here, how about what's today? We're at 21 degrees, so 9 days. And then let's move this into ChatGPT 4.5, the newest model. Okay, and now do it. So you can really, okay, here we go. The Confederate States of America adopted its constitution, formalizing governance structure of the seceded states. That's March 11th. We're on March 5th right now. March 15th. President Abraham Lincoln sought advice from the cabinet regarding the situation at Fort Sumter in South Carolina. Over the next 2 weeks, cabinet members advised against attempting to relieve the fort, influencing Lincoln's decisions on how to handle the escalating tensions. March 16th, Confederate President Jefferson Davis appointed 3 commissioners to Britain, aiming to secure foreign recognition and support for the Confederacy. It's like Democrats going and trying to get support right now by European leaders. Which they won't do in the end. Governor Sam Houston of Texas refused to take an oath of allegiance to the Confederacy and was subsequently deposed by the Texas Secession Convention. Houston warned of the potential consequences of secession, stating, "You may, after the sacrifice of countless millions of treasures and hundreds of precious lives as a bare possibility, win Southern independence, but I doubt it." So we're going to hear a voice of reason come out of the Democrats and be like, you guys are going way too far. And that's going to be the day before the Sun and Neptune conjunct. Because we're also going to see in this period some sort of coalition inside that Democrat Party do some weird fucking thing here that's not going to feel like it's going along with what the people want. And it's trying to defend crazy spaces. I just showed that the mayors in these big cities just got grilled and they're now going to be investigated because they're going against federal law. Something here is about to fucking burst, okay? And this is my warning to people to not freak out about all this stuff, but be in the awareness of like, this is not crazy what's going on, because it's what the astrology has been trying to tell you and wake you up to the whole time. You just saw it literally happen in your fucking face. A Democrat, ironically from Texas, a Southern Democrat, start waving his fucking cane inside the Capitol building in defiance of the other side, and was the main person other than the president that's in the government that was highlighted the most and made everybody go, I've never seen this before, where he's going to get escorted out, because they asked many times, like, can you chill out, sit down? It wasn't like they just kicked him out right away. They gave him multiple times. He chose not to. He intentionally, right? So he went too far. And you know what's so funny? Like, this is his fucking Twitter, right? Like, last night I stood up for those who need Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. So it's part of a lie. Like, oh, the Republicans are taking all that away. They've never said that. It's just like how the Civil War started. They're going to take away our slaves. They never said that. Abraham Lincoln never said that at this period. He only did after the Civil War started. Democrats will never abandon the fight to make sure that every American has a safe, healthy, and financially secure life. I said what I said. Every American? Really? So I told him, you are a Southern Democrat from the 1850s and 1860s all over again. He won't understand it. Here was a fact checking last night on CNN. Doge and transgender mice. Trump falsely claimed that the Department of Government Efficiency of Doge identified spending of $8 million for making mice transgender. An earlier version of the item incorrectly characterizes false Trump claims about federal money being spent on making mice transgender. It's been updated. You don't think there's fraud and waste going on? Who the fuck has the idea of making mice transgender? You're on that side? I thought you were about animal rights. Fucking, that's where, it's very difficult because spiritually, it's very hard at the end of Neptune Pisces because it does deal with the highest of morality. And I have compassion for people who are like the 6 million who get swayed to follow the 370-odd thousand slaveholders in the South to become Confederates. I still have compassion for those people for being swayed. But at the end of the day, Neptune, when it comes into Aries, it just there's no compassion for those that are not of the light, because the 0 point of Aries is about the spring, and it's the exaltation point of the sun. And so all the darkness is going to be burnt away. And it's very easy to see the darkness, the people that are staying on the side of wanting the darkness. Or my video saying in 2020 that the Democrat Party will die on the 2024 election and will never resurrect itself again. Today, or last night, the Hodgson split, the Democrat Party is officially dead. I said that would happen in 2020. Or Democrats' responses about the 19-year-old who was severely injured by a man during a volleyball game and had a traumatic brain injury, and how they're trying to get rid of men in women's sports. And she's laughing at it. Is this what you call morality? Does the radical left know that gay marriage is banned in the Ukraine? Or
if he would reinstate President Trump's policy that prohibits abortive fetal tissue research in NIH-funded grants, he said that he would. Let me just ask you the same to make sure we're all on the same page here. Do you support that policy? Will you prohibit the use of aborted fetal tissue in NIH research, NIH-funded research.
Senator, I'll absolutely follow the lead of Secretary Kennedy and President Trump on this. Just very quickly may say why it's so important that we have alternatives. Because during the pandemic, I would often be on Catholic radio, and people would ask me whether the mRNA vaccines were made or developed with fetal stem cell lines. I had to say yes, and they had a lot of the folks who were calling in had ethical objections. In public health, we need to make sure the products of the science are ethically acceptable to everybody. And so having...
Now that's some real ethics shit. Not this bullshit ethics that's been sprayed upon everybody. Because that's what happens. The ethics of the South of 1860 was that having slaves was good for the country, and it was good, and it was morally right for black Americans, but they weren't considered Americans, they were considered property. And so illegal immigrants are just considered good, cheap labor that helps us do the jobs you don't want to do. And we just put them in and use these NGOs and say, you know what? We're doing the right thing. We're putting them in hotels that are all fucking cockroached up and not allowing them to make normal wage because they're illegal. And then anybody by the federal law and the state laws that hires illegal immigrants as a business, that's illegal. So they want you to do illegal shit and pay them under the table or do whatever the fuck you got to do. This is all insanity. Oh, you didn't really believe they've been using aborted baby fetus cells for fucking testing vaccines since 1971? Oh yeah, no, that's how they do it, especially when it comes to genetic sequencing and mRNA technology. Fuck yeah, they love those aborted baby cells, and more importantly, those fetal cells, they love to fucking chop them up into little cubes with all the body parts. So why did they push abortion so hard? More testing. Where do you think your fucking fetus that you abort goes? In the trash? Wait, this is Neptune and Pisces. You're waking up, right? Oh, I woke up. It's a beautiful day. I'm a hippie. No, a real hippie is going to wake up and be like, I am done fucking allowing aborted babies to be used in all this shit. I'm not going to allow anymore. Like, why are we allowing these people to tell us what's ethically right when they're doing the most unethical shit that is possible? I'm speaking to you not as a Republican, a Democrat. I'm talking to you as a fucking human being and a soul. We're at that level at the end of Pisces here. And so if you think this is just going to go down no all hunky-dory and normal right now, it is not. Because there are so many people addicted to this fucking other side right now of like, no. Because believe it or not, the coalition right now of Democrats that mixed with Trump, it's not really a party. It's just like common sense people. And what was the term of 1776 with Thomas Paine? Common sense. Pluto at the end of Capricorn. Common sense. That was the book. It was also Thomas Paine's book that described in Common Sense how to create a republic that the founders then used to understand. Thomas Paine's father was a signer of the Declaration of Independence. It was the book that blew up in the colonies when it was published. 2.5 million at that time. As of 2006, it remains the all-time best-selling American title and is still in print today. Who was saying this 5 years ago? Me. I said, you're going to see this term common sense be used everywhere in the years ahead. I mean, it literally, it connects independence with common dissenting Protestant beliefs as a means to present a distinctly American political identity and structured common sense as if it were a sermon. Right? It was the most popular pamphlet of the entire Revolutionary era. I mean, I really don't, you know, when you start hearing the echoes of planets in the world, and so the side that's talking about common sense, they're playing the Pluto Aquarius one. Okay, that's the right side to be on. Not what the British were saying, where you need to be loyal, and we need to make sure that all these bureaucrats stay in the fucking same place. Okay, that's exactly the loyalists. Now then you mix Neptune and Pisces. Who's fighting for illegal immigrants to be used as workers and trying to sell you that it's okay? It's not. And the Republicans aren't saying these people are all bad. They're saying it's bad to have them here because they're illegal, one, and then two, that Democrats are using them to fucking like say like it's normal to treat them like lower human beings to pick cotton. Sorry, not make cotton anymore. They just say strawberries in your fruits. And who's gonna wash your dishes and be your fucking slave maid? Who's gonna fucking clean your toilet? Like, are you really that immoral to actually think of people that way and actually clap for that? I just showed you a video earlier of a woman who barely could make it 3 years ago, and she hates it. And she fucking got COVID and couldn't fucking do the work anymore. What happens to slaves at the time of the 1850s and 60s that couldn't do their work anymore? And so why are there so many missing illegal immigrants and the children of them? Or the sex slaves and all the human trafficking? What happened back then? You know how many... do I really have to do this right now? Sexual violence against African American slaves. Because literacy was criminalized for black people during slavery, black survivors of sexual violence whose testimonies were recorded and more often than not were transcribed, edited, and published by white people they may have already had reservations speaking to. What do you think's happening right now? They're doing the same thing. These people don't speak English. From all over the South America, Mexico, other parts of the world. So of course that's their new slave sex traffic, because they're not going to say anything. Incidents in the life of a slave girl. This is already a disgusting story. I don't even want to go into this. You can watch this yourself. Watch Harriet Jacobs' autobiography, Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, 1861, is the most widely read female antebellum slave narrative. In recounting her life experiences before she was freed, Jacobs offered her contemporary readers a startlingly realistic portrayal of her sexual history while a slave. Although several male authors of slave narratives had referred to the victimization of enslaved African American women by white men, none had addressed the subject as directly as Jacobs finally chose to. She's not only documented the sexual abuse she suffered, but also explained how she had devised a way to use her sexuality as a means of avoiding exploitation by her master. Risking her reputation in the disclosure of such intimate details, Jacobs appealed to a Northern female readership that might sympathize with the plight of a Southern mother in bondage. Indeed, throughout her narrative, Jacobs focused on the importance of family and motherhood. She details the strain of being separated from her grandmother and 2 children during her 7 years in hiding, and afterwards in New York and Boston when she lacked the means to free her daughter. How horrible is this shit? As her biographer, Jean Fagan Yellen, has noted, Jacob's slave narrative is similar to other narratives in its story of struggle, survival, and ultimately freedom. Yet she also reworks the male-centered slave narrative genre to accommodate issues of motherhood and sexuality by confronting directly the cruel realities that plagued black women in the 19th century. Jacobs' work occupies a significant place in American literary tradition. So I'm going to just throw you a couple examples. Arnold Schwarzenegger made child. So Arnold cheats on his wife with the maid, secretly doesn't say anything, and then finally gets caught 16 years later. So Democrats and their maids who's going to wash your toilet? Who's going to do all this shit? And then the evil shit that happens. How many illegal immigrant children were there reported in the last 4 years? That nearly 300,000 illegal immigrant children are unaccounted for in the United States. This was of 2024, August 21st. And what was the total amount of slave holders in the last time Neptune was at this position? 300,000 plus? 300 what? Let's get it exact correct, because some crazy Democrat who's a slave lover that doesn't even realize it is going to fucking try to correct me. I already took it off that page, but it was like, oh, I have it right here. 347,525 slave holders. We're just talking about children. Arnold was not a true Republican. He fucking went left. His wife was left. I lived in California, you dumbass. Who did Arnold Schwarzenegger support in 2020? He says they're both flawed. Arnold Schwarzenegger issues rare endorsement ahead of 2024 election. 2024. He is voting for Kamala Harris. Schwarzenegger, here, you want his endorsement? Fucking official endorsement? Oh, did he take it down? That's kind of creepy. It is probably not a surprise that I hate politics more than ever, which is, if you are a normal person who isn't addicted to this crap, you probably understand. He said, I want to tune out, but I can't. Schwarzenegger had not issued an endorsement in the presidential election since supporting Republican Senator John McCain in 2008. So, okay, he left governor in 2008. All right, so is he a Republican anymore? Because the whole Pluto Capricorn, he didn't fucking say what he was. But when Pluto fucking was at the end of Capricorn coming into Aquarius for this election, guess what? I'm going to vote for fucking Kamala Harris. That's what, I will always be an American before I am a Republican. That's why this week I am voting for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Because I'm trying to show you, this is anybody who you see that all are on this side that wants what the Southern Democrats wanted in the past. So the idea also is, if you remove slavery, even though it was based around that, the Southern states wanted to be the Confederate States of America. What's that mean? We were the Articles of Confederation, that the first article of the Articles of Confederation which happened in 1777 after we signed the Declaration of Independence and we went into the war. Article 1. The style of this confederacy shall be the United States of America. That was Article 1 of the Articles of Confederation. We had these all the way for a decade until the Constitutional Convention, and we didn't even get, after the convention, the Bill of Rights and the amendments, the 10 amendments, until Washington became the president and helped make them get put in. Each state retained its own sovereignty, freedom, and independence, and every power, jurisdiction, and right, which is not by this confederation expressly delegated to the United States in Congress assembled. So slaves, so that's what these people want. They want to have pedophilia. They want to have chopping kids' dicks off. They want to have fucking where they can slave trade, or they could fucking have sex fucking rings of children and missing illegal immigration and all this shit of kids without ever being charged. And what's really ironic about the whole entire Articles of Confederation is that it didn't have a federalized system, meaning there was no oversight on the states, except through Congress, which you could do whatever, but there was also no military protection. It was just the militias that were formed in every state. The other thing is, if a person guilty or charged of treason, felony, or other high misdemeanor in any state shall free from justice and be found in any of the United States, he shall, upon demand of the governor or executive power of the state from which he fled, be delivered up. That got carried over into the Constitution, but much more official. Like anybody that's found in a jurisdiction or state that had broken a law and is wanted on a crime in the original state, if they're found in that other state, they must be brought back for due process in the state from where they originated from, and then they could be tried again under a crime, but it can't be the same crime and double jeopardy, but in that state, and come back after the first state already had the crime. But what's crazy is, so all the fucking people who seceded, they ended up being treasonous, whether you use the Articles of Confederation or you use the fucking Constitution. But see, the way they looked at it is, we're not treasonous because we're just doing our own, we're doing it the way that it was supposed to be in their minds. Even though the whole federalist and the creation of a federalist government through the Constitution bonded all 50 states into, well, not 50, but all the 13 colonies at the time in this understanding of, well, we're going to have a centralized government with independent states that can create their own rules, but we all share the same common law of what we all agree upon here to have some sort of structure, and that also that the central government's going to take care of protecting all the states, and that's the way we can form an army and we can actually have commerce, so it's not like this state has this commerce and that state has that commerce. That we could, so all of it made no sense when they went back, because this actually didn't work. So it's really weird because for the last 100 years, Democrats hate they hate the idea of people who love states' rights. It was Republicans who love state rights. Now, out of nowhere, Democrats want state rights. Don't touch this. And so when all the states seceded, which was really weird. So in 1860, during the election of Lincoln, state secession. Yeah. One of the biggest ironies of the whole state seceding was completely just throwing out the Constitution out the window, and that's what being accused of right now. But you're seeing the exact same time period. So if we actually look at like the first states, like South Carolina is the very beginning of it. Okay, so abandoning the Articles of Confederation, that happens during the convention for, like I was just speaking about. Now let's go to the adoption of the Constitution. They try to give you this before they get into it to make you understand it. And so when you left, the rights resulting us from, so this is like James Madison, one of the Federalist Papers of the three, John Jay, James Madison, and what was it, Thomas Jefferson, right? All of them have their different viewpoints that get help to figure out this anti-federalist, federalist thing. And so the Alien and Sedition Act, right? It's true principles of our federal compact, which they get from the Mayflower Compact. He was determined to sever ourselves from the union we so much value, rather than give up the rights of self-government, which we have reserved and in which alone we see liberty, safety, and happiness. So Madison was a very big anti-federalist. Jefferson argued in a radical voice in a private letter that he would lead a movement of secession, but it was unclear whether he was arguing for secession at will or revolution on the account of intolerable oppression. Jefferson secretly rewrote of the Kentucky resolutions, which had been done again while he was holding the office as vice president. In writing the first Kentucky resolution, Jefferson warned that unless arrested at the threshold, the Alien and Sedition Acts would necessarily drive these states into revolution and blood. So Jefferson thus set forth a radical doctrine of states' rights that effectively undermined the Constitution. Jefferson Republicans were not alone in claiming reserved rights against the federal government. So these were the battles that were happening throughout Pluto and Aquarius. I want freedom, but this country's always going to be fighting this whole thing. So like the abolitionists seek northern secession at one point in the 1830s over slavery, but they don't do it, right? No union with slaveholders, start having conventions in 1856 and 1807. And so there was all that you saw of like states being like, no COVID shot required here, stuff like that, but not leaving the union. So the South Carolina secession, 1860, December 20th, just like we just saw with Neptune that had finally been direct. And for us, at least, it was a Pluto in Aquarius now, but then it was different. But it's interesting where Neptune was, all right, station direct. And that was the first place. Declaration of immediate causes with induce and justify the secession of South Carolina from the federal union. And it is later joined with other southern states to form the Confederacy. And they do this in between presidents. Now, the time is weird because if you go to California governor on protecting state from Trump, because remember, all these were about Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln's the one who's not even the president yet. That's the name of it. Right, so this is February 4th. California Assembly approves $50 million to defend immigrants and protect state policies from Trump plans. California Democrat-dominated Assembly endorsed $50 million. The legislation aside, so all these like, we do not trust Donald Trump. All of this is exactly what happened then. So we'll do the South Carolina secession document. The victory of Republican presidential candidate Abraham Lincoln in 1860 elections convinced South Carolina legislatures that it was no longer in the state's interest to remain in the Union. Let's get the official to the members of the California State Senate. I am signing Bill X12, which will bolster funding for legal services programs that are vital to safeguarding the civil rights of California's most vulnerable residents, including people with disabilities, youth for the homeless, victims of human trafficking and wage theft, people facing unlawful evictions, immigrants, and more. None of the funding in this bill is intended to be used for immigration-related legal services for non-citizens convicted of serious or violent felonies. Interesting how that was done. To the extent further, right? So up to have in his early December, same time period, December, his plan to Trump-proof the state against President Donald Trump's anticipated policies. There's some called the special session of the legislature. Special session. The state of here's the document excerpt. The state of South Carolina, having resumed her separate and equal place among nations, deems it due to herself, to the remaining United States of America, to the nations of the world, that she should declare the immediate causes which have led to this act. An increasing hostility on the part of the non-slaveholding states to the institution of slavery has led to a disregard of their obligations, and the laws of the general government have ceased to affect the objects of the Constitution. The states, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, New York, all the Yankee states have enacted laws which either nullify the acts of Congress or render useless any attempt to execute them. In many of these states, the fugitive is discharged from service or labor claimed. So that was the Dred Scott Act of 1857, where if a slave went into a free state, the Supreme Court ruled that they are not a free soiler anymore and that they would have to go back and be property again. But after that, the states started to go into a moral issue and be like, nah, you know what? We'll just kind of not report it. And so that pisses them off. For 25 years, the agitation has been steadily increasing until now it is secured to its aid the power of the common government, observing the forms of the Constitution. A sectional party is found within that article establishing the executive department, the means of subverting the Constitution itself. A geographical line has been drawn across the Union, and all the states north of that line have united in the election of a man to the high office of President of the United States, whose opinions and purposes are hostile to slavery. And it's about Lincoln. Trump proofing. November 8th, 3 days after the election, Dems are revving their engines to further Trump-proof Illinois, the state that Abraham Lincoln was from. The governor listed healthcare, reproductive rights as areas that need to be explored. Says he and his colleagues have a renewed determination to ensure our fundamental freedoms remain protected. The fundamental freedoms that are not amendments in the Constitution. That was the problem with slavery too, is Abraham Lincoln offered them to have the amendment before and they chose not to, right? Like if people want to have abortion, let's say, as an amendment, it's never been a law, right? Like the idea that, oh, the Supreme Court ruled about it, it was like used to just be like, okay, well, I guess we could do it. Nobody's going to say much until fucking Roe versus Wade was overturned. Then there's no law, because there was no law. There is no amendment that says that, you know, like the 14th Amendment comes in and goes, no, we're done with slavery, right? So you have to remember that, like, this is the problem, is all these little social issues. Civil war was social issues. The primary social issue was the institution of slavery with major divisions, but it was creating a culture and economic clash that ultimately resulted in conflict over the expansion of slavery into new territories and the rights of states to maintain the practice. What was the 2024 abortion election social issue? Abortion and other health care are the main issues, right? About half the voters in each state said the outcome of abortion ballot issue was very important to them. In 10 states, more than half that voted for it. It's a social issue. Protect abortion rights. Protect abortion rights and curtail abortion rights. So it's really weird because what's the date of this? November 22nd, after the election, right? Among voters who voted to protect abortion rights on their state ballot measures, but not federally. But when it gets into a moral issue, end of Neptune and Pisces, whether it's abortion, illegal immigrants, things that go against federal code, that's exactly what's happening right now. And now you're stopping the federal government from enforcing immigration law. You're going to open Pandora's box. And we just saw that today with the Democrats that got put into the fucking House committee to grill them on aiding and abetting illegal immigrants and giving the morality that they're fine, good people that are okay, when I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying that they came here illegally and you told them to come illegal, and then you're telling them how to evade authorities and you're paying them money where the taxpayers of those states don't want that. The same way that people were aiding and abetting slavery, and the people in those states were kind of like, well, why are we fucking doing that? And it put people in a really hard posture. And we're at that same place again. And the fact that people are going to, you know, I'm never afraid to be torn around by people and torn up. To be honest to people and show people what the astrology is saying and what's actually going on. I mean, listen to this.
And finding one thing that you let yourself feel and I let myself feel joy about DJ, and I hope he's alive for another, 95 years, right? And I hope he lives and the life he wants to live. He wants to be a cop. He knows what he wants to do. And maybe when you have childhood cancer, that crystallizes for you. And I hope he has a long life as a law enforcement officer. But I hope he never has to defend the United States Capitol against Donald Trump's supporters. And if he does, I hope he isn't one of the 6 who loses his life to suicide. And I hope he is.
Excuse me?
Our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago.
This woman, this Democrat, was all about Black Lives Matter, but I guess not anymore. Not one Democrat stood up and cheered on at all. After they wanted you to take a knee, but fucking to stand up? Because what's the thing that they made slaves do? You take down a knee to me. That's a Democrat thing back in the old day. Take down a knee. I'm fucking here. I'm your fucking slave owner. Take down a knee. But if a slave stood up to a slave owner, they were fucking whipped. I hate to get that truth to you all, but you all need to do some history. When they won't stand up, that's exactly what Democrats in the South, they'll force everyone to take a knee, including black people. Colin Kaepernick, go take a knee. Don't stand up. That's exactly how they treated slaves at this exact same moment that we've lived the last decade plus in. Watch this. Debbie Wasserman Schultz was forced out of the DNC. Meet the insurgent Democrat trying to force her out of Congress. So finally, people are trying to force her out. Remember, she was the mastermind head of the DNC at a point. Okay? Hold on 1 second. Okay? Hold on. Fuck. What, are you trying to get rid of your Wikipedia, bitch? Like, fucking, there she is. She is the former chair of the Democratic National Committee. So let's go to her time as that. On August 8, 2016, in the wake of the WikiLeaks DNC email disclosures, Canada filed a Federal Election Commission violations of regulations complaint against Wasserman Schultz, alleging interference with his campaign, contending that on her behalf, the DNC paid a team of national, senior communications, and political professionals significant sums of money for their consulting services, and the Wasserman Schultz for Congress campaign utilized these services free of charge. When she was the chair, it was there, and Obama chose her to succeed Tim Kaine as the Democratic National Committee, and she resumed office. Until she resumed office, Donna Brazile served as the interim DNC chair. But let's not forget, Donna Brazile is the one who got caught leaking the questions to Hillary Clinton during the 2016 campaign. I don't understand why people get so triggered that I just bring up facts of the fucking of history and what's happened and where we're at. Right? So you have the ex-head of the DNC sitting on her fucking ass after, and it's so weird that it's a shot of a fucking Kennedy, a fucking president's nephew. Now back, a Kennedy for the first time in a long fucking time, back in the fucking government. This is a huge moment that represents Democrats, who now is like, I'm going to be bipartisan the way that his uncle was bipartisan, and is standing up and cheering. And look at that smile on his face. He cares like everybody else is standing up, but this bitch does not. Because she seems to think that she is Scarlett O'Hara or something like that. Right? My little Southern fucking life, my little Dixie life that I can just do what I want. And that's what's happening in the South, right? Like, fucking tie up my fucking shit better. Or the daughter that was killed by a fucking illegal immigrant.
They don't stand for anything humane. They don't stand for us as citizens. They don't stand for our security. They don't stand for honorable things that we need in this country. And it's very disgraceful to us as U.S. citizens that those are the people that we have here in Congress and House and Senate. It's disgusting.
You know, if you do the 1860 election cartoons, It's so weird how they're putting all those little signs up and shit. Those little pop like weird little bingo card signs. Because in some of those, that's how it like kind of is. Making fun of Abe Lincoln. I'm telling you, you think we live in crazy? I mean, it was crazy then too. The rail splitter at work repairing the union. A few more stitches, Andy, and the good old union will be mended. Take it quietly, Uncle Abe, and I will draw it closer than ever. Right? That this idea of if Trump wins Lincoln, the country will, the constitution, the democracy will fall apart. So the irony is that's exactly what the Democrats said. If Lincoln wins, democracy is gone. It's been the Constitution's been shattered. It tore it apart. They tear it apart themselves. That's what's happening right now. Wake the fuck up. It's not about sides. It's about this is what happens in this Humpty Dumpty moment. Like, are you gonna fall and have all the king's men try and mend you up because you really just I don't know what to do. I don't want my job, or I don't want. So that's what they do too, is like, that's what they did in the South. You had to shut the fuck up and go with it. And there's a lot of reports. I'm not going to go down every rabbit hole with you from history, but the reports of people in the South who did not want to leave the Union, you weren't allowed to talk about it or you disappeared. Or in the same way that we're seeing the conscription in Ukraine, they pull you off the fucking street and throw you in a wagon and throw you on the front line. So my point of the astrology with all this that I've been showing you, whether it's the shipbuilding with Uranus in 1941 and in 1940 at 23 degrees, and here's Trump, we're building ships again. Why? Oh, there's war on the horizon. Right? The ingress of Neptune in Aries that's coming here on March 30th, with Mercury and Venus retrograde in the North Node after both having their cazimis, and then the Sun, Neptune making their conjunction. All of this happening with the node and a solar eclipse. And then, of course, Saturn on its way to conjunct the North Node. Last time we had that was in Scorpio in 2014. So it's been 11 years since the North Node Saturn conjunction. And now we're getting it at this moment. And then Saturn in May on the 26th comes into Aries at the 0 point. So from literally now, then of course we know in fucking June, we're going to see that when the sun comes into fucking Cancer and Jupiter comes into Cancer, the Jupiter-Saturn square happens at the 0, at the fucking cardinal points of Cancer and Aries, the last one, with the sun and the square to Neptune-Saturn. And then Uranus follows that in July on the 7th and comes into Gemini. And we're in full, every aspect of all the outer planets have moved into new signs. And all America's fucking chart of World War II, Civil War, and Revolutionary War, it's playing all three. This is what I've warned about since you've probably watched me. I've said it on television, on news networks. In 2019, I put out a fucking magazine across the whole fucking America on every fucking newsstand and Target and grocery store next to People fucking magazine. And trust me, I didn't make money off that shit. Over 100,000 copies put on those shelves. I made $1,000 because the space to rent that space is that much. So for $10.99 the magazine was, the space was like $9. Because I'm not fucking with you here. And after what I saw last night, and I guess, you know what? I'll bring the drama to one more level. This is what really fucking added on top of it. Is some disgusting ass shit. Here's one of them from Ray Merriman. This is an astrologer who's been at the forefront of how all these big fucking organizations come together for UAC 2018, 2012, all in part of all the fucking shit. He says, and MAGA astrologers should enlist in the Russian military alongside North Korean soldiers. This is yesterday at 2:22 p.m. Whew. I don't think astrologers are meant to fight any wars, only to forecast their developments from key transits overlapping historical war cycles. I said, I don't think it's MAGA astrologers. It's more like astrologers that get shamed, forced to comply with crazy rules that intentionally prevent us having lectures and talks to debate what's going on, forcing testing at org events for COVID, knowing we won't because they don't work. And then I sent him pictures of, I fucking served in the United States military, motherfucker. Did you? No, you didn't. Probably not. Then this motherfucker had the nerve. I was so fucking pissed today. So I got pissed and I said, I walked into UAC 2018 and anybody there knows. And you and other board members, and I'm not even kidding, I've said it, I walked in the hotel. 3,000 people at that event. The second I walk in, good thing I had David Hauser who was there to hear it. Craig was there to hear it. Fucking, he literally like, there's the troublemaker walking in. I'm like, troublemaker? I'm like, you all banned a video that was about support for the astrology community. It's up on YouTube because a woman, Nadia, who was on the NCGR board and the head of it, got fired for working with me to get YouTube astrologers to do panels and to help the orgs make more money and to make it with live streaming for people who can't see the event and go to Chicago because I had the equipment and I offered I said for free. I said, this goes back over 6 years. He wrote, this is not my recollection at all. UAC had completed its call for speaker applications and you did not reply. I have the receipts. After the orgs and the members had completed their months-long process of voting and choosing the faculty, you sent a letter to the UAC committee. I didn't. I replied to speak. And they do it, new speakers and then like UAC speakers. And so I missed the date and went, hey, like I've been at the UACs. I was at UAC 2012. I worked for Michael Erlewine. I have the email. And I went through the application form. I didn't send a letter. I didn't send an email. And I never said it was a star. I could pull up the email. I literally was like, I think you'd be missing out, but I understand. Wasn't pissed and then bought a booth because you'll see in these texts. And that we should recognize that you were an exceptional talent. Never said those words, which you may have been, but we received such requests. So he's totally going way off the rails here about being a troublemaker. You didn't apply, and that was it. I have the email I found today that says otherwise, that I did. I could probably find it for you all right now if I can. We have to go back to 2018. I saw it today and I was like, this motherfucking piece of shit. And I got so much fucking dirt on this community now. And it's going back to 2017 because UAC was May of 2018. So it's in 2017 and it's around this area here. It's around here somewhere. And these are some old ass emails, fucking. Oh. Here we go. Look at this. Reply. UAC 2018 speaker application number 81. What did this motherfucker say? I didn't create the rules. It was the wrong time period. Literally, like the document details the whole speaker selection process. I go, I assisted Michael earlier for Matrix Software in 2012 as presentation. I think you'd make a big mistake passing me up in my following. Hundreds of thousands of followers on my apps alone. Think about it. That's all I fucking said. I searched the past UAC roster and cannot find your name. Unfortunately, the window to apply the new speaker is closed as July 31st. It was a week and a day after. I was just like, yo, sorry, I'm like 10 days late. I think it'd be a mistake for you to pass me up, but that's it. Didn't cause any fucking go crazy. I went and then bought a fucking $4,000 booth or whatever the fuck it was. Okay? Look at this motherfucker said I never applied. Here it is right here. Ray Merriman. Oh, what is this? Name, David Palmer. Info, my old address. Please select all the organizations. Done. Expertise, horoscopes. Attach a color photo. Here's my application. I was number 81. This is the kind of shit that's out. I've been dealing with this shit for so long. You didn't apply and that was it. Apparently, you took it as a personal rejection and wrote a very nasty reply to the committee. My reply to the committee was not nasty. I'm sorry, but it wasn't nasty. Okay, it's possible someone said you were or sounded like a troublemaker. I don't remember. I do remember my wife introduced me to you at UAC and I greeted you, but you wanted nothing to do with it. Oh, I have the pictures of him all smiling with me and Joni Patry and fucking KRS because he didn't realize, oh, this motherfucker's a big YouTube and now I want to be your friend. So are you a troublemaker? I don't know. But you never apologized for the disrespectful behavior and demanding of asking the UAC committee to break their rules to accommodate you. I never did. There's the proof. If you'd like to converse about it, send me a DM. It's terrible that you have nurtured the ill will ever since. Well, look at this motherfucker saying I never fucking replied. Okay. The plan, this is January 3rd, 2018. So Laura says it's good. I'm like, no worries. I just say, hey, if you pass me up, I think it's a mistake, but no, whatever. That's it. I don't say names. I don't get pissed. Nothing. I just showed you the fucking, there it is right there. That's the old emails. That's it. So I go buy a booth. And then I'm talking to all these people who are like, dude, you got to be doing more. Because at that, you all know in 2017, fucking the Leo King was popping. So then I go with this woman, Nadia, who's head of NCGR. Hey, the planning committee looks positively at this proposal with the live streaming in the panel. We are sorting out the details. They have minor concerns about the bandwidth you might need for streaming and a couple of other minor stuff. The proposal still needs to be approved by the organization's board as the next step. I'll give you the details on the phone next time we speak. Nadia Shaw, Sam Reynolds, and I are now in charge of detailing the panel idea. Let's plan to chat soon. Awesome. Glad to hear. Hey, David, I need to chat with you. No, it's January 10th. Okay, I call her. Here's February 24th. Hey, David, hope all is well with you. I just wanted to let you know you were right about a lot of things. I just got fired from NCGR and the UAC for daring to try to make a difference in the outdated structure. I'm sorry to hear that. You did your best. Thank you. Nadia Shaw wrote a nice supporting email to me. Too bad I don't get to see you in person at UAC. So you won't be there at all? So it seems. They revoked my membership. This means I no longer can represent NCGR on planning committee and no longer have a speaking spot, hotel perks, etc. It's bizarre what just happened. Sheer stupidity of the current NCGR board. She was voted out. I never wrote back to her because I love Nadia, but Nadia's the vote that ended the panel. Because she wanted to get higher up in the ranks. And the old astrologers said they didn't want all these YouTube astrologers there to create an overshadowing of the astrology community that were old time speakers on these boards. Because if you're a member of the boards of the orgs, you automatically speak. And so the idea that in 2018 that all these big astrologers would come to do something to help the community, their egos, their Pluto Leos were so fucking obsessed with their own light that they fucking couldn't deal with it. And then the woman who helped me plan it and present it, they fucking went against the ethics and how the rules even work of the committees and fired her. And got rid of her behind her back and did a vote behind her back. And so when he says I was after them in crazy ways, I said, are you okay? I'm good, thank you. Still thinking you were visionary in that original video about the orgs. I was naive and stupid trying to convince you to play nice with them. I never was mean. They made this all up because they wanted to hide that Nadia Shaw was the vote to end the YouTube astrology at UAC, and that they were not, they made up, as I showed to you, that I fucking was trying to force myself in there and that I didn't apply and I wrote a letter. I fucking just applied on the website. So this is why the smear campaign by the astrology community happened to me after me going there and live streaming from the event, in the event, at the biggest, most expensive booth, and interviewing the most astrologers of anybody that was there. They are exactly as you said and actually worse. I learned my lesson. I won't be eager to serve these orgs anymore. When I walked in the door, I had about 10 people say, look, there is the troublemaker. By the end of the conference, I had 100 or more people tell me that I was right. Remember, I'm on tour. I toured and did the whole 8-day conference. I did the tour before, then I did the conference and continued on the tour. It felt good. That's great. I'm proud of you. Looking back at the winter spring events that transpired in regards to UAC, you, other astrology world drama, my situation, all falls into what was right happened in terms of planetary movement in the big picture. I'm still feeling a bit traumatized about my situation. It takes time. All happens for a good reason. I only regret not meeting you in person and getting together with a few people I love. Did you meet William Stick Evers? I couldn't imagine how you feel. It was a horrible situation. Be easy on yourself. Yes, I met William and his wife, saw him and throughout the week. He's great. This motherfucker has not responded. I told him I did apply just a week after new speakers, as I showed you. I asked to reconsider and understood I wasn't able to. So saying I tried to ram in there with no application is a lie. Then this is the video that was banned. It's banned. It was banned. And this is Nadia, who was the head of NCGR and on the planning committee, who got fired. And then they banned the video of her and I wanting to talk about how to bring the community together.
Especially in the way you angle it. It's almost like you go way beyond the books. You are channeling something that some people don't see yet. And I see it comes from really a serious depth within you. What's the planetary thing that you have going on in your natal chart to give you such depth?
Well, thank you for the compliment. That's really nice of you. Before I go into that planetary alignment, I just want to say, like, when I had heard the term mundane astrology, I really did not like that term. The term mundane itself is very boring and bland and like white rice, right? So
a lot. I get those questions a lot about that term.
So I came up with the term inclusive astrology. That's one of the businesses I run.
And so when I brought up the DEI thing 2 weeks ago, it wasn't about the D or the E, it was about the I. That the astrology community, if you predicted Trump in 2016 like I did, and William Stick Evers and Theodore White, and a couple, and he's black, by the way, too, they have shut us out. In 2018, they had TDS so hard by predicting that they found every way they could to shut it down. And then, oh no, we're not going to let this dude in the YouTube astrology community. And then when she's like, did Nadia email you? And I was like, I couldn't believe it, that she was the fucking vote that ended the ability to change the astrology community forever. And knowingly banned this video that's all positive about the future of the astrology community. And today, I finally was able to catch in public this motherfucker lie through his fucking teeth about the whole fucking thing. If I was so personally rejected, why would I be offering my services for free to help the community months after and present full-blown free to live stream it and pay the employees of High Vibe and to do it without our name and just do it for the community? And then let's make a YouTube one where people, if they won't come, because YouTubers like live streams, do a live stream ticket and all the money is distributed to all the orgs and we get people to sign up and we say that. It was shut down by a YouTube astrologer. Then they fired and literally got rid of the astrologer who was on that committee and was on the fucking NCGR board and the head of it for decades. And then banned the video of us talking about the positive things that it could do. What does that sound like? Everything that's happened just in the world over the last fucking 6 years? So when you see all the shit that's been talk shit on me, you know where it comes from? Everybody in alliance with this fucking centralized fucking astrology fucking community org bullshit. So that's why I didn't apply for 2026. After doing 2012, doing 2018, I'm not going to go because it's the biggest form of liars that ever has come out in astrology of all time. They have destroyed astrology. They do not want young and upcoming and an actual inclusive of all the YouTube and all the cool astrology people. They want you to be in this little box and you toe the line and you talk shit on Trump and you don't talk anything about history. So they have on here where you could go to the history of UAC. It was like, they used to have where you could go to the old websites. Laura's the head of NORWAC, which has the fucking in 2025, the only I've done research, I used AI, I tried to search manually. The 2025 NORWAC this year, May 22nd, right? Well, hidden in their fucking participant guidelines. So they have this ethical thing, right? You're not allowed to fucking take pictures without asking. You're not allowed to do, any of that shit. I wonder, because last week I fucking, here it is, facts. 2025 COVID policy. Testing will be required. Masking will not. We had great success at NORWAC 2024. We had no reports of COVID or post-event. You must bring your own test kit to the conference and test on site. NORWAC will not provide the test kits either. We will also highly recommend that you test before you leave and travel. Should you test positive on site, you will not be allowed to attend in person. So with this org being one of the main orgs that put on UAC, and Laura, the head of this, and who was the head of 2018 UAC, and Ray Merriman, they're the deep state that control the new puppets in the front. And they use a certain astrology podcast to funnel all the lies and all the fucking shit that you must toe the line and you must use whole sign and you must do all this shit. That's how it works. And so anybody who's on the other side of any of this or just trying to have a good debate about, hey, why do you want to put horoscopes that take a fucking vaccine in them? What's the astrology for that? What's the astrology for why you're supporting these crazy social situations at this moment? No answer. Not allowed to ask that. Or more importantly, UAC 2018 ethics prediction. What did they do? They did a panel in 2018 about predictions and how they don't think that you should be using predictions anymore in astrology. Is prediction killing astrology? ISAR panel at UAC 2018. So they went with this instead. Predictions killing astrology because they're predicting incorrectly. So everybody on that whole panel predicted that Hillary Clinton would win. And she lost. So the people who don't predict anything, they didn't warn you about COVID and the lies that would be told. They're not warning you about the Civil War shit and the Democrat Party that would end on the 2024 election like I did 5 years ago, are the ones telling you to not predict. And then we'll call you a troublemaker and then make lies and say you never applied and then try to use this whole bullshit like Leo thing against me. Like you tried to say you were some star and fucking all this shit. I just finally was able to get the evidence to fucking show people publicly while also do this prediction shit and show you why. And look at the channel that promoted that. That's the one that did. That's the one that did. They don't want any new Nostradamus astrologers. They don't want prophecy talk. They don't want spiritual astrology. They don't want you to fucking do anything except listen to the people who claim that they own astrology. And I look at these people as friends. Yet they don't have the guts to own up to what the fuck really happened. But continue to bring on guests that if you read on Reddit or you read on their shit, just talk fucking mad at shit on me and the other astrologers who predicted Trump because we predicted Trump. Or that we're talking about the stuff that actually were the populations we're aligned with and where the astrology is aligned with, but you won't talk. It's insane. We're at the most insane place where everything, politics, your astrology networks, you could be in fucking bunko and there's a divide. You could be in pickleball and there's a divide. I don't care where you are. If you know that you're on the side where you're not marginalizing and you're trying to intentionally push people out that won't speak about the uncomfortable truths, that's how you know you're on the wrong side. When you're on that side that's like, those people, we shouldn't have them around to talk. We shouldn't have them around pickleball because, they're fucking... I can't believe they're like, into like, whatever that's against their little quote unquote moral and ethical thing. Like, is prediction killing astrology? Yeah, the ones that get it wrong all the time, which is that whole entire fucking panel. So that panel you went with instead of the future of the astrology community and bringing in all the voices. So actually I was the more DEI fucking person then. But no. No, and they don't want to live stream it either. So after fucking 6 years of hell, and all the shit, I'm not pissed. I know that pretty much everyone that all this I've brought up, are good people and just really have gotten caught up. They don't know what they are doing most of the time. But the harshest shit I just showed you in the text messages, the emails, the firing of somebody who was trying to help the community and then squashing it to allow this shit up instead. So instead about the future of the astrology community and trying to really bring this momentum of all astrologers from across the country and the world that have big YouTube followings, and where the audience moved out of the old orgs to YouTube and all these places. Believe it or not, the advocate for it and the one who proposed it was me. The one who shut it down were the people that were in these higher parts of these orgs. And unfortunately, Nadia Shah was part of that, because then she got bigger up at the org after saying no. And I love her. And I know she did it because she probably felt it was the right thing to do. Because I talked to her about it and I told her I wasn't upset when I was at that UAC. And I'm not upset with any of these people, except Ray Merriman, Laura, and the puppet masters behind this whole scheme. And then you're still putting up COVID shit in 2025 because you know somebody like me, you know somebody like William Stick Evers, you know somebody like Theodore White, you know someone like Cam White, you know someone like fucking Robert Phoenix won't go because we know that the inaccurate testing of COVID for PCR testing is full of shit. There's false positives and there's even false negatives. So it's the most dangerous thing for you to base off letting people in off false positives and false negatives, or not letting people in who might not be. And then on top of it, you know that people that have different just viewpoints, that's how you don't let them in. And so it comes to like Neptune and Aries is the line in the sand that's drawn. And we're going to be thinking about that line where people are going to draw the line, and then we're going to come back to it, because really it's until that Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries that happens in the beginning of 2026. Neptune comes back into Pisces, of course, this fall, and Uranus comes back into Taurus, and it's like the line's kind of, last chance to come on the right side of history. And so it's going to be really interesting to see the astrology communities shift, whether or not people are going to wake up in it and not fall for this bullshit anymore and call out these people who literally just keep, oh no, I need to be part of this community and do this thing, when they fucking shut down all this shit, and then they lie, and then they find the people who actually tried to make it inclusive and open it up, but they didn't want to be overshadowed by people like that are big on YouTube. Like I had Kai Pasha on the list. I had, at that time, Scarlet Moon. I had, oh God, I'd have to look back at what we were proposing, but it was in 2017, 2018, it was all these. It was Alyssa Trahan. I had a lot of names on there. Kapil, KRS Astrology, Joni Patry. Shut it down. And now they want you to go to conferences, and nobody even probably cares on YouTube anymore. Like, what do you mean? No, you should care, because everything has an establishment. And that's what Pluto and Capricorn exposed, the corruption of all establishments. And so the government establishment has been exposed. And now this Pluto in Aquarius, this Neptune in Aries, it's not going to survive. So stop. After what you saw last night, the cane has shown up. They won't even stand up for people. They won't even stand up for women, black people. No, I thought that was the party that stood up for that shit. They never did. They never did exactly at this time period. They didn't stand up for women in the 1860s. Let's not forget, Democrats were the ones that didn't want women to vote either. It was Republicans that helped pass that fucking and get that through. Let's not forget it was fucking Republicans that got the Civil Rights Act through. in the House and the Senate to get enough votes to pass it. It was the Republicans. But this is my warning, the same way I gave the warnings of what's coming. If you really are going to go fight for that side, I still will love you. I will still see you as the human being you are. But this is where history now and Aries, Neptune, that soul and that war, that fiery Aries spirit is not going to be. And I'm not saying it's from me. I'm just saying from spirit, it's not going to allow you to get away with it anymore. And I'm not saying the other side's bad, like all good either. There's going to be a lot of weeding out on that side too. But I really think that, we need to be able to start having combos with people we care about. And it's not going to be easy. This is going to bring up 12th house shit. But, this is what we all signed up for, is this moment. And it's messy. And it's going to get really messy. But knowing that line of where the messiness is like really messy is really easy. Now, you're not standing up for a fucking cancer kid who survived, who's going to, the country's clapping and giving him his dream? What the fuck? You trying to shut out people? And this is going to blow your mind when I come to all 12 signs. Pisces is where we're ending. And with Neptune and the Sun's last conjunction in Pisces, so for every zodiac sign, Aries, it's the 12th. I'm just going to say it to camera. And it's very simple. Aries, 12th house. The patterns of what doesn't work for you spiritually start with your own soul's addiction to very unhealthy spiritual patterns. You have very healthy spiritual ones too. It's about you now allowing yourself to be honest and let go of what is something that you can't show, because Pisces 12th house especially is like you can't show yourself. You're an Aries. You want to show the proud. Like, so if you have to hide the situation, or if it's something that you're unsure about, or if it's something that just keeps trying to reflect the same energy, or if it's especially any energy spiritually that just keeps making you unhappy, this is where you have to look at yourself, and you have to look at what you have to fully, like, truly let go of that pattern. And you probably have to let go of things that you truly don't want to, but it's about the new beginnings and starts that are going to be beginning as we get into your birthday season. The end of this Pisces might feel like the end of your life in so many ways that you know it, but it's really not. It's clearing out a life that no longer served you. And also going to make you more spiritual and more aware. And you know what? You got to learn to forgive yourself, but then you have to get to a line where you stop forgiving yourself, because you're forgiving yourself as like the excuse to keep doing something. So that's kind of the line. It's not your whole life. It's in these very specific areas. I'm going to keep it just on the Pisces energy, because I want people to focus on this energy no matter what your sun or your rising is. If you're a Taurus, the fuck ups with you and personal relationships, friendships, groups, you got to admit where it's just, you can't be the washing machine or the tumbling energy. Like you can't be the tumbleweed that comes into town and like, oh yeah, you're here in the scene, and then tumbleweed out, and then be mad that other people are like, what the fuck? This 11th house Pisces energy for you, this Sun Neptune, is you've got to clear out all this spiritual garbage that you have about the identity of friendships, people, groups, the disdain you have about people. Like, oh, I don't want to have to deal with this, or, oh, these people just don't. You got to get rid of that in your life. And so you have to stop, you know, this might sound weird, but you have to stop forgiving yourself for like, oh, I did what I wanted to do. Instead, like, no, like you have to start forgiving people and allowing people to forgive you. But that requires a vulnerability on a level it's not just about you and yourself. It's about like you're so isolated. And a cow that's isolated, a bull that's isolated is the worst thing that could ever happen. I think that every Taurus ascendant has to reach back to the people that you loved, and you got to repair, and and it might not have to stay forever, but at least clear this shit up and see what the other side's done, see where all the good is. You've forgotten about what social norms are and how to deal with social norms. And that's all due to stuff that's deep buried within you and wanting to be the outcast when you don't need to be, or feeling like you're not seen when you're fully seen. And really it's about the weird kind of Neptunian thing where it's like the stuff you blame other people for is exactly what actually you're really projecting on people, what you've been doing. And instead of just trying to bury it and then trying to hope that it will just disappear, it's disrupting you internally. And you gotta make peace and spiritual peace with the society, the world, people, and how all people are, and friendships and connections that have inspired you and been a spiritual part of your life. You can't walk around this earth and just have a fucking chip on your shoulder. Because Aries is coming, and that's your 12th house, and you're going to need your friends around. Gemini, the dreams of your job can take you too far of what you want to accomplish. Staying within some sort of limit, I'm not saying to cap your limits so hard. I'm saying that we got to get real here about where you're going and what your long term is. So, and what you really want to do. But you have to know that you can only, do so much, or then you're fully lost in your mind, or you're willing to risk to such a level that literally you don't even know where you are anymore, but it's almost like it reminds me of The Ring, my precious of the journey that I must go to, but it's like, it's kind of empty there. You're looking for your spiritual fulfillment, and really spiritual fulfillment in the 10th house is service to others through a way where you can organize and you can actually, help make something that's sustainable and helping people, while at the same time, it's 10th house. It's maintaining. It's having to do the work. It's having to, make decisions. But I think that for you, it's kind of like, stop chasing the dream that you feel never reaches the goal. Start appreciating the goals. It's almost like you always feel like it's not enough. The goal's bigger. I need to have this and I need to get there. Or you're undercutting yourself and you don't think that you could have better. And that's what's really weird, because you're dualistic and there's that Gemini nature, no, I can't be bigger than this. It way can, or you've aimed way too high and you keep feeling unsatisfied, and that's the problem too. You got to know where the limits are spiritually, and I'm not saying that they have to be limited in a negative way. You could, whatever that limit is, if it's all the way to the next 4 fucking star systems, that's great. But where is that limit? Where it starts to get you into your own darkness, to where you become rude, insensitive, and only thinking about your own goals and accomplishments, and kind of too much more focused on fame, recognition, or status and who you're around. Or just status. And then projecting that on others of what that you think others should be. You should be doing this, you should do that, you should do that, you should be doing this. That's not going to go anywhere good. So Yeah, your spiritual dreams can come true, but they're not fantasy dreams and they're not dreams that you've been programmed to think. The ultimate dream is the highest dream of service, and it's truth, and it's basic. It's not complicated. It's not this huge thing, because the hugest thing in the world is truth. It's just a place where you can be in truth, and not a place where you're mimicking distruths or trying to control other people too. For cancers, that Disneyland idea of the journey that you've wanted in your life, it continues to keep letting you down because you keep believing in things that honestly have already shown you the max amount of what there's to learn. So it's about more like it's the journey that's through many different places, not just Disneyland versions of it, but other visions and other things. There's so many different areas to explore. There's so many other things that you can believe in. It's about opening up even farther than you thought. It's about believing even more than you thought, but not on the same addicting pattern that keeps happening. To me, it's like you believe you're stuck when you're the most unstuck, but you choose to be stuck. And so for you, it's about, is this really what you believed your story would look like? Because what was the vision that you keep going for? Where is that program coming from? And, because Neptune's the ruler of your ninth, I mean, it really is like, comes from how you were raised with your ideologies, your religions, how you are going off what other kind of like things in the ether are saying in our society, of like how the world is viewed, of like how you should do this and it should look this way and it should look that way. The shoulds are your worst addiction. Well, I should be doing this, or they should be doing that, or I should do this. It's like, get rid of all the shoulds. You have to go explore in areas that you never dreamed of still. So for you, I think it's more like you've seen where it just keeps running into the brick wall and you wonder why. Well, you won't climb over the wall and see what's on the other side fully. You dream of it, but will you really go towards it? Will you really take the adventure that's uncomfortable, but actually is your serenity at the same time too? Leo, life is a different kind of passion. You're driven by passion in the most spiritual ways, but it's not the lower levels anymore. Sex is great, but life's not about that kind of just passion. It's about the passion that you have for this transformative process to watch yourself transform. Not everybody's going to be as transparent as you, and maybe sometimes you're too transparent, or maybe this is a moment for you to realize that the greatest gifts aren't the ones of like always how much you give and receive, but sometimes you don't have to receive everything. Sometimes it's okay to give and not get anything back, and you have to be okay with that. You're not at the end. You've never even seen close to the end. You're at this big realization that the more that you allow this transformation that's happening in your life to happen, especially around any kind of like what you think you deserve or what should come in, get rid of all that, because it's not about even knowing what that is. This is about you dedicating, committing to spirituality, to not your passion, but your ultimate talents that reward you over long-term spiritual, where you lose your identity and you find just your soul. I mean, as a Leo, we don't really like identity. We actually just like aim for, our greatest passion is to feel like we're lost in the soul, which is actually the best thing. And I think for you, the commitment to keep following that requires a transformation for you to upgrade and not stay in, places that you've already found passion in, and passion's the lower vibe. It's not passion, it's talent. It's this higher visionary place that keeps taking you to a transformational process and having you upgrade spiritually and realize that, you know, faith and commitment to God is the ultimate commitment. And right when you know that, you got to commit even more. So for you, it might seem crazy that, you know, it's almost like you're committing to spirit more and more every year that has gone by. But, you know, the ultimate trust that you're going to have is that everything's working out good. Even when you're betrayed, are you really betrayed, or was that a protection? You're at a place to where you have to realize you're protected all the time. The more that you trust, and the more that you trust spiritually, and the more that you're not expecting things to look a certain way in that energy of trust. Leos really are weird because we don't have walls, and we don't understand people with walls. So I think that it's important for you to understand that people have walls because they have their traumas. And you might be opposite. Leo's kind of, our traumas, we kind of deal with it with wanting people with no walls or energy with no walls, because to us, the biggest trauma is not feeling connection. And so it's more about now having this better empathy and understanding that other people's walls and other people's trust issues, you're going to have to sit with the long transformation. For some people, there is no time period. You're just going to have to sit with others, and you have to sit with your own. But it's about learning to have empathy and understand why people have walls. Leos, we don't get walls. We don't understand them unless we're trying to protect our castle. But this is 8th house. It's not about trying to protect your money. It's about understanding, like, other people try to protect things that we don't understand. We only understand connection. And so you have to understand that people are not built with that transparency of like, yeah, let's connect energetically in the most light spiritual ways. If it's spiritual, if it's love, if it's friendship, it doesn't matter. Leos feel like there's something off when people just don't drop the wall. And it's like, hey, it takes some time and patience and empathy to understand why people have their walls up. And if you can hold space more, you transform more, you become better. And that's where their walls drop more. It's not instant. You're not here for instant gratification either. You're here for eternal gratification. Virgo, no matter how far away you might feel in a relationship, it sometimes also feels like it's the most spiritual thing. But for you, it's the flip and the flopping of the fish that you partner with. You deal with people who flip-flop. One week they're great, the next week they're not. 1 year they're great, then a month they're not. The big question for you is, where are you trying to find yourself in other people? So you pick people that you identify that almost mimic you, and where's that helping you and where is it not helping you? You have to understand that people are not going to exactly, even when they mimic so many of the things that you are or that you have wanted to find, they're always going to flip-flop and change because it's asking for you to change. So it's also at the same time where if you're making the change and they're not shifting, then there's a problem. How do you bring up your sensitivities in your relationships? How do you not get lost in feeling that all's lost when you haven't confronted the sensitive issue? The most sensitive thing, the secret, the thing that you are the most frustrated by is the one thing that's the most vulnerable place in your relationships. And all this flip-flopping from other people is a wake-up call for you. Do you flip-flop yourself? You know, you're always looking for somebody who holds all the spirituality, but like I think it's also about where you find the even ground with other people and also allow people to have their differences with you, and they're going to have differences with you too, and find that that's okay. It's okay to agree, but not, and to disagree at the same time. Not everything has to be an agreement on every level. You know, no good relationship has an agreement on every level. The only agreement is we can agree to disagree on some levels, and that's okay. Like, I think you need to find what levels are left that are where, you know, it's like they still haven't agreed to be in the same place as me. It's like, can you just listen to their side and then go, you know what? We can agree to disagree and just leave it there. I think for you, you're maybe fighting too hard for positions that you want another in your life to understand you. And I understand that you are so well at trying to be empathetic to the other side, but you feel like you're not getting the empathy back to you. Well, are you allowing them to be empathetic back? Because unless they say the right thing or they agree before they even enter that level, why would anybody come to you fully if you're not going to agree to disagree at the beginning? Like, it's okay if we get to that place where there's no agreement, but at least we can agree on this. So I think, Virgo, you have a lot of work that's on levels on these more very highly sensitive and very vulnerable zones of areas that you have not been willing to open up to and say, you know what, it's not about winning or losing either. It's just about, hey, let's just find where we can agree. And that's the main agreement, right? Is where we can agree on, which is sometimes to disagree. Or that you always bring it up at the wrong time, right? It's whenever you want it, not whenever, well, what about them? And I think it's about also better asking where other people sit on certain things instead of coming at people kind of out of nowhere and all slick, like, oh yeah, so what's going on with that, for you to open up another Pandora's box when it's really not about that. I won't call it passive aggressive. I'll call it just a subconscious, like, you really want to open up this level, but you're approaching it from that level. And that's where that it gets really foggy. You know, it's also debate, Neptune in the 7th. It's also divorce, lawsuits, all these things that, you know, you run through your mind every day. Am I going to divorce? What happens if I'm with them? What happens if they fucking do drugs? What happens if they do this? What happens if they do that? What if they do that? What are they really doing? It's like, why don't you ask? Or why don't you guys have like some sort of understanding of what the relationship fully is? No Virgo fully understands the relationship. And it's time for you to spiritually understand their side and find those levels where there's agreement. And also there might be levels where there's a lot of agreement and some disagreement. There is no perfect place here. The most unperfect place for you is relationships, Pisces. It's only spiritually perfect, and it's allowing people to be themselves and you having somebody that allows you to be yourself. But if either side wants to change each other, it just doesn't work. And that's where you're stuck at this moment, to figure that out. All right, let's do Libras. So Libra, I think for you it's like a little bit funky because it's like you're uncovering how the matrix works. But what's happened is now it's inside of your physical body now. It's almost like you're overwhelmed by the noise, the way the matrix moves in your body, trying to focus on like your physical aspects where it gets distorted. Like trying to find what's perfect in health, your schedule, your life. That's a good thing, but it's almost like gone too far. The whole lesson is finding the flow in the moment. Meaning the more that it's on a schedule, the more that it needs to look a certain way, the more your body feels it needs to feel, means you'll never find what you're looking for because it's never going to be that way. It's only in the moment that the flow, you access and adjust in the flow. It's about learning to adjust in the moment, spiritually, and not have it so defined. You're trying to define every specific thing, and when one of those little things, so it's irritation that comes up, it's focusing too much on the body, the physical health. This could also be stomach issues, could be eating issues, diets, that you've lost yourself in trying to find this perfect solution to something where it was the whole time all I had to do is go back to just being a chill Libra and just like, this is life. This is the moment. We're eating this. We're doing that, whatever. It's simple. It's like too many nip tucks on everything. And trying to shove a round peg through a fucking like square hole here, or a square peg through a round hole. And that ain't gonna happen. It's also about learning how to stop worrying about the things that you've taken that are so not even worth worrying about. And they're very sensitive places about 6th house stuff: health, body, schedule. And so that creates the anxiety. The schedule didn't go the way you want to. Your health's being hit. You don't like the way that your physical body is looking. You think there's something wrong with it. Well, then now your schedule's off because you spend most of the time figuring out everything about that. Or, oh, I need to figure out how the schedule and my diet and all these things will make me look better. That's not the secret. It's how you're doing as a soul. And I think for you, you need to get back to that understanding, which goes way out of your comfort zone of like needing to have this intellectual understanding of how the specifics work, when it's like the book keeps changing on how that is. And it will always keep evolving, and it will always be an ocean where, you know, the best sailors go through life not because they know exactly what the winds will be tomorrow, but what the winds are when they're in the sailboat the next day on the sailboat. So what you're doing is you're constantly looking at the weather before something happens. You're constantly looking at what will affect your body. Will the food be there? Will the right thing be there? Will the worry of everything, that it's like you become lost in a worry. And you're at the place where you finally, I think, have found ways to like stop worrying so much, but this is going to get you to those places that you are the last portions that you just have to get back to, you know what? Let me accept what it is and let's deal with it in the moment. Because it's almost kind of like you worry about what tomorrow will bring based off like too many algorithms that could happen and too many little things that could change everything within a minute from the moment of you thinking it to an hour to even a day or even a year. Whatever you're worrying about 10 years from now could change tomorrow. The whole idea that you just wasted your time on. So it's about letting go of the mind controlling your diet, your body, your schedule. There is no schedule. It's loose. And the more that you approach that, you want to talk about relief to your body? Fuck. And your worries? And a judge has to be ready to navigate when evidence is presented that change things a little bit and shift the point of view. And so like, that's why Neptune, the good judge, flows and is not so specific. Like, okay, this is the demeanor of this defendant and plaintiff, and these are my jurors for this match of a court decision. How am I gonna, instead of like having your decorum of how it should be, it's based off a numbered, of randomized different reality that make it to where you need to be more like a painter that paints not just oil-based paints, but water or whatever, or sketch or AI or whatever in the moment based off what's in front of you. But for you, it's like the illusion that it's a perfect score or a perfect body or a perfect diet that's going to change it. It's not. It's going to evolve. Because if you think about it, like, you know, what's going to happen in 100 years? Will we even be eating lettuce anymore? What if lettuce goes off the planet somehow? Or what if your favorite thing that you think is the ultimate thing is just not around 5 years from now? You don't know. So why are you freaking about it being? Because whatever you freak out about always being there in the way you expect it to be, there's no guarantee of that. And so there's a big lesson about life is not a guarantee. The guarantee is how you deal with it in the moment by being more flexible and easy. And I would hate for you to get overwhelmed so much in your mind where it actually creates what you're not thinking about, but like brain problems, lymphatic backups, brain tumors. You wouldn't think that's more third house, but that's sixth house stuff. That worry wart shit and specific ways is brain tumor. And there's no reason for you to continue to keep worrying about this shit. Because you're propping up an ideal that's not based in reality, because reality in the moment is not what you're doing. You're always looking at, well, in the past this happened in my reality, so let me try to change this now. So you're always behind the 8 ball. And in order to be on the 8 ball, you just have to wait till you get back on the 8 ball instead of always focused on this one point. Get back to playing the game, one fucking ball at a time. It's a new break. Okay. That's for Libra. For Scorpio, you're finding the pinnacle of what true love is and true happiness and love for yourself. And that requires for you to let go of where you feel you've been betrayed for happiness, or where God's kind of pulled things away, or even like the super sensitivity of like, well, if you put your heart out too much, it could be easily, taken away. Like really, Scorpio is the story now of the protected heart that really, it's the vulnerability you seek in another's heart so much, and the love that you seek so much, that you have to be within yourself. But I think it's weird because it's like you expect others to have this extreme vulnerability, just how me as, us Leos, we expect people to have no walls. You, though, want people to have that full heart energy, and you want to feel that all the time. But at the same time, like, do you do that? Do you love yourself? I think that you have to forgive the areas in life that have been pulled away from your happiness, that God didn't take them away from you or take that happiness away. Like you found ways to bury that happiness and not learn how to let go of things, because you've got to learn proper burials about situations that life has its ups and downs. Life has its happy moments and its not happy moments. Life has this place of finding courage. So for you, it's this spiritual, profound courage to take on love. And if it fails, it fails. But at least you got as much as you can out of it, and not putting also a date to the end of where happiness should end for you and where it should begin, or even what it should look like. Because I think for you, it's more like, it's as big as your heart is what spiritually comes back. And so it's like you restrict yourself from expressing your full heart and gratitude of what makes you the happiest. So it also is kind of like, where is the place where, yeah, maybe that is a childhood dream of yours, or maybe you do express your happiness, but what's your real deeper spiritual happiness? Like, what do you really want to be expressing yourself with? And whatever has never worked out for you that's made you happy or been pulled away, it's for you to love it even more. That love is eternal. And I think that maybe Scorpios have finally got that now, but I think that there's a part of you that's kind of not practicing it more every day, of like, hey, self-love is more than just like yourself. It's like loving how just everything is happening around you. So, and you know what, when it comes to people maybe that you've lost in love, an ex or a person who's passed away, or, somebody who, because Pisces 5th house is the lover that falls away, right? Pisces 5th is like, they were there and then what happened? It's like it's also, you realizing that you put too much glitter on somebody, and then you're revealed that there's not much glitter, and you got to be okay with like being like, hey, you used to be this glittery thing to me, but maybe I put too much glitter on it when I found out it was really there. And because you've got that's been done to you so much. So, this is about your own happiness and path. Don't forget about it. It's not about everybody else's. And so I think Scorpios are going to have some major revelations here about, could I be happier? And what does that look like? It could come everywhere from, I put too much glitter on this person and they're not that, to, oh my God, I never am showing my heart enough and that's why they're falling away from me. And it could be both at the same time and then a confusing situation, but love is confusing. And I think that you have to be okay with that love is confusing and it's all over the place, and that you choose the radical mystical ride of that love, and there's nothing wrong with that. But are you really living it that way is the big question. And that comes with expressing your heart, and that we can see it fully, because that's what you want everybody else to do, that you want. You don't want, and that's the other thing, is like learning to accept other happy people around you, because Scorpio's biggest frustration or irritant is happy people when they're not happy. And you have to learn to start to maybe, I'm in 25 feet right now of people that are happy. That'll make me happy, instead of let me go bury myself in a hole. All right. Sag. It's like the only thing that makes sense to me, that will definitely make sense to you, I believe, is that in order to be the great adventurer, your foundation has to go through so many changes. Your personal life has to go through so many weird spaces and emotional upheavals to make it a good adventure. I think that you need to realize that, you do live like the life of Indiana Jones. And he always has a girl in a new town. There's always a new conquest, always a new adventure. But he never wants to go home. The second he's back at home and teaching again, there's a new artifact. Gotta go. Gotta see one of the girls that I kind of have. Or whoever it is. You've got to find that you're comfortable at home and the adventure at the same time. And learning how to cycle them better. So, there's moments in your life where you're going to have to just like be held down at home and chill. And that might be longer than normal. But you have to find a place where you're safe with safety itself. That you're okay with like defining what is your home. Because the only way to understand an adventure is it comes back to the point to where that started from. And so you might feel like you literally over this last fucking, 15 years have gone from where you thought it was and now you're all the way over here. What the fuck? Where is it really now? So you're really contemplating where home is. And I think for you, if it's got more of that weird shit around it, and what I mean by weird is you being like, well, I don't know. Where are you trying to now run towards an undefined place? Another good question is, are you really like Indiana Jones? Like now you're like, well, I'll make home because I found this person on the adventure and I'm going to shack up with them. Did Indy ever do that? Actually, if you watch 4 and 5, he did. And then you find out they divorced. It's not about who you find on the adventure. It's not about who you do the adventure with. It's about when you are finally comfortable with your own defined spiritual place that you call home and that's where you're safe, then it's about where, that you feel truly comfortable with. Then you can start to define adventures and find the people that actually are when you're in a safe space. If you've been always in this constant, and it's almost reminding me of like a bag that just never ends. It's like your bag is closer to you than the bed. Or for some that, you know, there's Sages that don't move much and stay in the same place. But where it's like your emotions are constantly moving to try and find the place that will finally stick somewhere. You have to look at it like until you finally unload the bag and you're okay and tranquil and peaceful with security, safety, a home that you can define spiritually that gives you the freedom to imagine all the places you want to go next, but you got to have a place that you always come back to. So that's what's weird is like the moving bag. Did you meet somebody while you were in the moving bag phase, or do you have a moving bag right now with them? Or does the home feel like it's a moving bag, or it doesn't still feel like it's yours? You know, you've fallen into the pattern that is going to bring you back to the way that you came into all this in 2010 into 20, especially 2011. It's kind of like if you went through a divorce or a breakup at the beginning of Neptune Pisces, it's almost like you're back at the same loop again with somebody new or the same person or whatever. And it's about, can you find safety? And that's not while you're moving your bag around all the time out in the middle of the ocean. You probably feel like you're out in the middle of the ocean, even though you might be in a safe place, but it's like you're still out somewhere. It's like, where's port? And one that you define off what you love to do, not one that's because somebody else is wanting that. And you feel like together we made that choice. That's when you know that Jupiter, and I'm only giving Sages this because that Jupiter and Gemini square, and that just came up. It was just kind of like, yeah, it makes more sense because it's kind of hard to define the end of Pisces here for a Sag when you are the co-ruler of Jupiter, and this is the other co-ruling house of Jupiter. And so it's a weird space for you that the adventures, how you look at life, but the other part of Jupiter's life is Pisces, and for you it's fourth house, meaning it's your spiritual home you must find. And yeah, it can be flexible, and yeah, it could be changeable, but you've gone through where it's kind of crazy. That are you ending up in a place that's actually secure and sturdy to find the happiness you wanted to find? Because the worst is, well, we're happy on the boat now, but when it actually finds port, will I be happy when I reach there? There's a lot of questions about home life security and can you get rid of the ever-moving travel bag that you live out of? If you're pulling your toothbrush out of a bag, there's a problem. Or if you're at a place and it doesn't even feel like your own and it feels like you're like, what? How did I end up here? And it wasn't your idea originally, you're in the wrong spot. Capricorn. In order for you to truly understand how to truly navigate to be your best self, which I believe wholeheartedly that's what you're here to be, and you have so many big ideas and you have so many aspirations in life, you have to have a mind that does go to the farther, wider reaches to try to understand things. I think though for you, it's about how to communicate better now. And that's your most sensitive place, because I think people think that, you know, the bossiness of Capricorn and stuff is like a given. It's actually not. To drop the hardest order is the spiritual hardest thing for a Capricorn to do, because it's the most sensitive place for you to communicate something. And I think for you, it's like time for you to face where you have this fuzzy energy on communication about those sensitive issues. Because the only way you're going to finally find satisfaction in your life now is literally like, and to get to where you need to go is to actually communicate those fuzzy areas for you. And so this can also think that maybe, and I'm going to use an example, it might not be the exact one, but like your mind's creating this idea that maybe you're too lazy and that's why it's not going the way it is. It's like, no, your mind's not seeing that you're just, not doing something. It's not your laziness. It's maybe you're procrastinating because you're also running too many thoughts in this area too. You have to really, your thoughts are kind of like, God, and this is a computer term, but it is third house. You have to defrag the hard drive. And if you don't know what that is, all of the files and the indexing of it, they just throw it all around in a hard drive. Defrag is where it takes the files and it goes, let's all condense them and put them into a better way to index all of the hard drive to where we're not looking all the way in the hard drive, but we're looking in the one storage area where, it's kind of like if you owned a huge storage fucking facility and your thoughts, you have little ones in every storage locker. Well, defrag means pulling them all out and start going, okay, I know all my thoughts are in this one and then maybe this one. Because right now you have thoughts that are scattered in every storage locker. And then when you go to which key do I need to do? I had that one thought. And so you can get lost in your mind being like, no, it's because I'm lazy. No, it's not because you're lazy. You're just not doing things because you're procrastinating because of this thing. Because you can actually condense and bring your thoughts back to a space instead of like keep going far out, but bringing your thoughts and going, okay, I'm placing them all there. It's kind of like going to the moon and then bringing like rocks back and everything. And then you're so excited, you just throw them around. And then where are they? You have to like categorize. You have to like bring your thoughts into a better space now and learn how to also at the same time be like, okay, I'm going too far, or I'm thinking too much, or I'm creating the idea that it's not really true about myself or about somebody else or about some situation. Or maybe, how do you apply your thoughts and actually get them to fruition and focus on the ones that are actually going to do something opposed to the ones that you keep saying you're going to do and you aren't doing. And I'm not saying that you're lazy, because you're not. It's more like, I think that you're lost in your mind about it and you keep running through too many scenarios too. It's almost kind of like throwing too many, CPU fucking benchmark tests. Can I get a little more out of it if I figure it out more this way? Can I run all fucking threads on this? What you need to do is chill it down. It means you have to cool your mind down. This might sound really crazy, but you need to take a cold shower in your brain every day. That's when you can start narrowing things down. When the CPU runs too hot, your phone runs too hot, it runs slow. It runs all over the place, and it's harder to find everything. And so when you get too many thoughts in Pisces in the third house and lost, you need to cool it down, chill it out, and kind of like let some thoughts pass, or else, this is where we get in computer technology, cache and the dumping of memory. And I think that, you're running on random access memories and you have a big capacity, but you're using too many programs to run all the time. And you need to shut them all down fully, not just, I shut it down. No, you didn't fully shut down the program. And then open one program, and when you're done using it, close it in your brain of your life. If you're running a relationship program, okay. And then when you're done, I'm going to my friend's house. Let me close the relationship one, and now I'm going to friendship, and I'm doing travel. Okay. They bring up relationships. Okay, let me close down. We're not traveling right now. And let me open up. Keep 1 to 2 to 3 programs of thoughts running, not 25 programs up. And then you're wondering why things are not going anywhere. You're frozen. It's like, and the fucking hard drive is already not indexed. And on top of that, it's not compressed and it's not defragged. But your CPU's way out of line. It's running all fucking threads, all fucking cores. And you fucking are trying to overclock this bitch. And you fucking have an air cooler on it. But you need a liquid cooler, meaning you need to have a radiator on it. And, it's kind of like driving an old 88 Porsche fucking and air cooled and trying to sit in traffic and rev the motor. You're going to overheat it. Keep it simple, but far out, and then come back. and then store it away. And then, okay, let me double click this program now. It'll help you out a lot. But communication wise, stop trying to think about so many things to say, but learn to say it in the moment. Because you have all those files figured out, and when you open up the program that you want to open, then you communicate about it. It's that simple. All right, Aquarians. You're a badass, unique rebel. And don't ever forget that. But it's about the forgetting. Because this second house here has really thrown Aquarians into where you get lost in your values. Your most sensitive place is your self-worth. So whether it's trying to prove it or whether it's trying to also continue to beat yourself down and be like, I don't like the way I look, or why did I fuck up with money here, or why aren't I doing this anymore, or I know I'm better than this. Like, you got to be easier on yourself. This also is to where when it comes to how you deal with money, weight, physical appearance, like it's too much like on your soul is the definition of your soul. Like it's your hidden secret. Is like, we know how you feel, Aquarius, by what's going on with your body. We know how you feel, Aquarius, when you're, you bring up money. We know how you feel when you bring up trying to flex on those areas, or sometimes it's like the big secret, like what's wrong? It's like a self-worth issue. Well, what's really going on? Nothing. It's like when you try to scapegoat and act like there's nothing wrong, or that everything's going really good when, well, what's really happening? Like there's a transparency spiritually here of like, I'm a shiny penny, but today there's some copper. And so instead of in the copper showing more and it's not as shiny, it's more like, it's not about having a negative attitude either. It's just more about like, you're badass and you can manifest these things, but you got to start with your most sensitive issues. So that starts with weight, money, whether you're too thin, you're too fat, there's not enough money, you're not applying yourself. You're going to have to raise the bar to a higher spiritual standard for yourself, how you take care of your physical appearance, how you take care of your values, how you ask for your self-worth to be, shown in the universe more by, you got to raise your self-worth. You got to raise the prices for who you are as a person, and without being demanding and nonchalantly just be that. But, you're questioning whether or not your reflection's good enough. And you have to stop questioning it. You have to start owning how amazing and beautiful you are. And stop praising the beauty of others for now. Like, praise the beauty of yourself. And when you accept all that beauty within yourself, then you'll start seeing that shift start to happen. You can morph and turn in, the true. There's a couple signs that have the being able to shape themselves kind of like the most. And you're probably the best candidate, because second house Pisces, like, you're kind of like a true avatar here. Like, you don't like you're wearing a Power Ranger outfit anymore? Like, it doesn't have to be that way. You can change it out. So it's almost like you hang on too long to values that are old. And at the same time, you're too afraid to maybe embrace the new value and actually own it and just be it. It's pretty simple. But those areas of physical appearance, weight, and money are your three trigger zones that you need to have spiritual peace with. And it's not about trying to prove yourself through those areas either. Pisces is not trying to prove itself. It's trying to accept as it is. The more you accept who you are and what you look like, what your money situation is, what your weight is, what your values are, what your money status, what your self-worth's at, and just accept it, boy, oh boy, does that just start to transcend into actually more of what the value system is that you want to define. But you have to actually accept the values at where it's at first and not be pissed at it or not feel like you're lost. I don't know. Like you can't, it's kind of like, oh, I'm into this, but then kind of backing off it. And then I'm back into that talent. And no, you're either all about it and actually spiritually like embodying in every way. And then it brings you all the things that you want or not. So you kind of can't flip flop on, well, I'm good at this and I'm good at that. So I don't know what's next. It's like, what do you like? You're either doing it or you're not doing it spiritually. Taurus is very simple. You're either throwing all that you got on the table and saying, I call your bluff and I've got the cards and I'm going to win this one or not. So your poker face sucks. But this isn't about putting on a better poker face. It's about, we all fucking fold when you literally show up and go, yeah, this is what I'm worth. I don't have issues with that. Yeah, that's who I am. This is the weight I am. This is where I'm at. This is where I have the hand. I have the hand and I'm placing it down, and it's without like trying to show off. It's just like, damn, okay, I know that motherfucker's got the hand. Okay. But if you can't own that within yourself, it's where you're lost. You're playing with things that you think you're really good at and you are, but you're not doing it at 100. You're still wish-washing from like 95% and then you're going to negative 95% at it. And then you go back to like 80% and then you go back to like, oh, well, I'm doing a little better today. I'm at 20%. Like, no. Where is this? It's okay to fluctuate. So if you're fluctuating in one talent, but like you got to always remind yourself like, no, it'll go back to 100. And there's this other talent that I'm good at too. And is there a way to blend these things and mix them? It's more like you're working with the sides of consciousness and unconsciousness when it deals with your self-worth in all these very trigger areas that the second house deals with: money, weight, self-worth, values. And I think that you have to understand that, yeah, your values can shift, and that means that your body shifts, that means your money shifts. But Taurus is a fixed house. So it's like, it's about how do you mutate fixed energy, like mutate fixed value systems to flow with where they're going, but still at the same time maintain the values. You can't just be a change value person every second. Like 1 minute you're for the cause and the next minute you're against, and that causes you. All right, Pisces. Well, I mean, like I've kind of said the last time we all met, you're figuring out who you really are, and you're transcending to a place that is not going to look like I think that you ever really thought. But you know what's crazy is it is. You've intuitively always known what's the real definition and the real drive to be. It's been a feeling since you were young, and it's been removing all the noise that has been the program and the subconscious of like what you think you're supposed to be instead of what you actually are. I think that this is really going to be a powerful time for you to go, my highest spiritual identity is the best space. And, all the lessons of the multiple identities you've been this life already, depending even on your age, it doesn't matter. It's okay that you flip-flop so much. But this is where we start to see you're that color fish, you're this, and you do this, and you do that. Okay. I think for you, it's about letting go of who you were in the past. It's just a part of you that you're adding on top of all those parts that are defining this you now, and finding this really beautiful enrichment and ease and grace, a life with this ease and grace to be who you are. It shouldn't be hard. You're the one making it hard, the battle within yourself. In the past, it was all these other factors, but now it's all on you. So whatever's hard, it's because you're making it hard on yourself. So you might still be at a huge place where you're at the pinnacle of finding out this discovery of yourself, but at the same time feeling like you're the farthest away. And when the moment you feel like you're the farthest away, go catch yourself and be like, that's you falling down again and self-sabotaging, that you're right there. And so it takes you being your own best spiritual cheerleader. It takes, and this is going to be only for you all, a 100% spiritual commitment to this identity, meaning that it has to align with why you came down here spiritually. That if you don't feel that echoing back from the universe, it's not it. But if you do, it's it. So it's kind of simple, but I know it could be very confusing for you because you almost feel like everything's spiritually for you. But not everything is. Not everything is truly divinely you. Because you almost, in many ways, are the placeholder for other people to use as a definition for themselves, or you become that. And you can't reflect other people's identity anymore. It's your own identity. And so there's some time, but this end of Pisces, I feel like with the sun and its last meeting with Neptune in Pisces for 165 years, at the last degree, is your pinnacle moment, even with all the stuff that's going to come retrograde back into Pisces. It's going to take some time to get this last pinnacle part out, and we're going to see some of that to the rest of this year. But you're near the end, and you're closer than you've ever been, and you're actually at where this full download's at 99.8%. So I think that you got to get rid of any of the fears that, am I making the wrong choice? You're on the path that's getting you to this place spiritually, and start listening to the sounds that feel like the universe is echoing back to you, this internal knowing you've always had that you're supposed to be. And it might be so not glamorous in the world sense. Like, it's like, that was so simple, but it's the ultimate spiritual thing. You can make it awesome and define it your own way in the future. That's badass, or whatever it might be. Don't undercut also yourself on what that spiritual identity and that mission and that direction is that the universe has defined you, that you already chose before you came out here to be, and to own that. So that's some spiritual advice from me for you all right now with the end of this Pisces. There's so many other transits that to get lost in them all with all this Pisces, you got to focus on that area as your number one, especially with the sun in the North Node. Everything else I presented is, I know a lot, but it's fucking astrology. I mean, we live in a world where nobody will say it. I'll say it. I'll show it. And that's what it is. And you can join the bandwagon and burn me at the stake as the 5-1 I am, pure manifesting generator, and I'm fine with that. I'll be the heretic in this moment. But my one line and my data, I'm not presenting you something that I don't have the goods. Like, I'm delivering the goods that fucking are there. And so, love me or hate me, I'm used to it. And I appreciate all those that love me and those that hate me, because it's crazy. Somebody, like, imagine if this was like a month ago. I've seen it every month for the fucking, however many years. I don't even know anymore. Fucking 2010, I started doing astrology in public. Hardcore. So actually 2009 on Soul Garden. So, 16 years this year. I've watched, somebody could be love what I do for fucking 6 years, let's say. And then let's say I did the horoscope last month, and then they heard something, and then I just get this long email. I'm unsubscribing from you because you know what? You said this thing and fuck you. It's like, okay. So I love the people who hate me because I know that they love me at some point. And, so I think people always want me to, well, why don't you respond so much to the people that love you in every comment? It's like, because that changes day to day. I might respond to somebody who writes a nice comment, and then they'll be like, fucking next day, like, I fucking hate you. It's like, wow. Okay. And that's cool. I understand that's my human design. I'm a transpersonal being. I'm not here for me. I'm here to help you all find yourself. Like, that's what 5-1s, especially left angle beings, are. And that's the story. So, it's like, it's just really interesting that I've been on this mission a long time now, especially like this like big part of the mission that's been the last 5 years. And just to see how many astrologers not stepping up with the astrology and actually like really getting into the deep parts and continuing to keep showing you. And then when it shows up, showing back up, meaning like, not, I told you so, but hey, this is the astrology. And that's not political. It's cosmopolitical, as Dr. John Dee says. And that's what this X moment's coming. And if you want to understand in a way more extreme depth what I really predict that starts March 17th for the 60 days, 90 days after that, just go on highvibe.tv and get my X moment video. Also, you know, the best way to support me is to subscribe to High Vibe TV. I'll be announcing publicly. Also, I'm part of this really big charity event that's going to be a spiritual, awesome charity event at here in Orange County. So, and it's going to be with golf, and it's going to be in April. And I'm very blessed to be part of it. And I'll be announcing that this week. It'll be at Pelican Hill. If you've ever been there, it's amazing. And so when it comes to that volunteer work and that for big cause work and for helping animals and charities, like High Vibe's moving into doing that work. And that event's coming up. Of course, the event that I'm doing with Team Light and what we're doing in Sedona at the end of March is going to be amazing. So teamlightstore.com for that. And click on events. I know I have a link. I've just never put it out. I just tell people to go to Team Light. Because, you know, we're doing this all just as light workers. It's not about money. It's not about any of that stuff. It really is just about, hey, let's get all together and get all light workers together and people around the world to go into this new world with. And I know this new world is going to have a really bitter taste for some. Because if you're still lost in the Pisces connected, so if you're too connected to Trump or if you're too connected to the Democrat Party, on either side, it's going to be ugly. You can't be too connected. Because you're going to watch, imagine if you were back in the Civil War back then. It wasn't a beautiful event for either side. Sure, the Republicans and really it was the Republicans and the Northern Democrats that bonded together, and yeah, it was the right thing to do, but it was bad on both sides. It was ugly, and I think that, you know, it's about allowing yourself to not get sucked in to where you lose your mind all about it, and you know, start taking it out on people around you. Or you do like what I showed you in the astrology community has been done to me and some other people that really took me 6 years to finally get one of the biggest advocates for the destruction of people like me and those that speak truth and those that actually do astrology with prediction. I just showed you that's where all this bullshit came from, that the lies told about all of us out there. And so I ask you all to like really open your eyes, relook at all those other podcast shows and stuff and really start thinking, what are the strings behind that? What are the strings behind the older astrologers that all funnel through the same system and say the same lines? There's no expression of uniqueness in that. And they're all afraid to say what's really on their mind about all this. I hope I've taught enough people through, whether it was my schools, High Vibe, or even if you've known me here on YouTube, that looking at all the astrologers of the past and the history of astrologers, the ones that are remembered are the ones that say the things that nobody dares to say that they're afraid to say. You got to say them. The only ones that are remembered. It's very few. The list is small. and kowtowing the same lines and not being allowed and being intentionally, and I'm not saying me now, because I purposely chose not to fucking apply for UAC. So let's make that clear. But I know people that applied that just got rejected, and I know it's because they speak truth like me. And people who I know who are good people, who are actually on the same side, they just don't choose to say this stuff that much or at all. And they're there, and I don't have any problem with them being there. But it's the ones that are there that I know kowtow the line. It's like no fucking problem when they're really part of the problem of fucking really restricting and joining the bandwagon like you're seeing in history on the left and on the left now. And it's scary because I care about my other fellow astrologers who might not have the same kind of platform that I do to get my own voice out, like me. And even if I put them on high vibe and stuff, like, you know, it's not the same as like being with your peers. Like I've had to just let go of, you know, that's why I do Conscious Life Expo, or I do all these other expos that have been the main, more big spiritual community, which actually has definitely helped me out a lot more than them. But it'd be nice to have my peers actually want to have talks in astrology and debate without just framing this horrible picture, without having the full understanding and the context and all the lies that were spewed by people that were actually in charge and intentionally did the most darkest shit to fucking cover up their tracks of their fucking dirty deeds. And that started this whole fucking thing. And I think I fucking have shown you the proof. So remember, during these times, it is flip-floppy as ever. It is going to be the wildest ride of our lives starting as we come more into this March, and especially that by March 17th and moving forward, it is never going to look the same ever again. We're all having to let go of what once was our dream, but we've lived that dream. And it's now the unknown identification of a new world that is the dream, that is not defined in a way that we can define it within ourselves yet and visually see. What we can see is what for sure will not pass through. So, and I ask people to really look into all I've said for all this time and really ask yourself, like, what do I have to gain? Like, for real, by like trying to maybe bullshit you about any of this shit. Like, I don't have anything to gain. It's truly my 12th house sun, selfless service. Like, I really fucking really do care. I really wanted to help the orgs back then. And, you know, like, it's not for gain. It's truly not. You can ask people, you can ask Conscious Life Expo, you can ask a million people I've worked with. Like, I won't even ask for money. I'm not that person. You can ask my friends who I do DJ events with. You could ask people where, you know, I am not when it comes to collabs and it comes to the big mission, I'm not, let me, you know, how much do I get for that? Like, nah, that's not me. Nor am I somebody who's ever expected it either. I didn't expect 1 cent for UAC. I was already on a tour. I already had a booth I had spent thousands of dollars on, and electric and internet, and knew I was going to interview as many astrologers as I could, and was still going to have all the cameras and pay the employees that I had to help me and film all these things and do all this shit. And it's just like, it's fucking wild. That's just the person I am. Anybody who's seen me on my tours over the years, when I did my national tours, knows I give everything I got. And I will at the end shake every single person's hand And I will not just shake your hand. I will fucking connect with you even when I'm about to fall over. And you know what? I thought about this weekend. I'm like, maybe it's just my Chiron and Gemini. I'll never be understood fully. And I went, the healing in this is that it's okay if I'm not. And I'm everybody, wherever your Chiron is, you always are going to have to do that. So I'm not trying to convince you, if anything. I'm just trying to communicate my truth. And let that stand on its own. Because the smears really and the attacks, they did get to me. But it was more because it labeled high vibe incorrectly. And it hurt tons of people that worked for High Vibe. It hurt tons of talent that could be on High Vibe longer or do more. When all of it, when you look at what all the smears were about, everything that it was a lie, and it was also bullshit because it's all come true and it keeps coming true. The actual truth that I fucking laid down. It was just people's uncomforts and, to actually finally expose what's happened. It really stemmed from the astrology community. When you go to the heart of it and you bring that truth, fuck. You don't realize how dark it is. But there were some of the greatest people, and they're gone now. Chris Flisher, Michael Luton. Everybody I've ever interviewed, you've seen, are the light. And there's others that I haven't interviewed that are the light too, but there's a lot of dark ones too. And I've sat with this for 6+ years going, I can't believe people don't know. And one of those reptilian dark fucking forces just exposed themselves today, and I finally got it to prove it to you all. Because for years it's just been like, that guy's just an egomaniac about himself. And you know where that started? Just showed it to you. I don't say that in emails. I don't do that to people. I don't fucking try to boss people that you must do it this way. I'll call people out, but I'm not fucking, I'm a 12th house, I'm a Leo. I don't want to, I don't want to force myself into anything. That's not, as a Leo, what I want to feel. I want to feel there of true spiritual merit, not fucking forced. It's not who I am. I didn't force a reality show to be on reality shows. I didn't force Jimmy Kimmel to make a mockery of me in astrology, which actually was the best thing that ever happened to prove that the mainstream media hated astrology until I came around and fucking started to turn that ship around and inspired so many people to go in that direction. So, trust me, last thing I ever want to is ever have anything forced. It's not who I am. So it's pretty wild that that's where it all stems from. And then it just, every Reddit board, every fucking crazy thing out there about me is insane. I just go, whatever. But I just showed you one of the fucking dark fucking beings that fucking revealed themselves. They couldn't help it. And believe me, I have way more darker shit to tell you all eventually. Way more. I'm waiting for some more stuff from the government to come out first before I expose things that I know that are connected to a lot of the stuff that we're waiting to hear about, that are in the spiritual community. That I witnessed being an astrologer, not in the way that you would think, like I didn't see it, but I was asked or even told I should be this way to get entrance in and said no. And the attacks spiritually that came to me from that shit. And when I saw this person enter the astrology community, and I had made my warnings to some people and they just embraced this person, oh my God. And now they're all fucking crazy. And the shit that I went through was traumatizing as fuck. Beyond traumatizing. And I have the emails and I have the fucking evidence. I have the pictures and I have all the shit. So. I have so much shit that will blow people's fucking minds. Fuck. It's like you need to really think about who's you're watching. For real. Because you got there, the ones that don't reveal who they really are and their personality and like all that. There's some really twisted beings doing this work out there right now. And that's not just in the astrology community, but outside in the spiritual community. They dabble and they try to come into the astrology and use astrology and stuff, and it's really like beyond fucked up stuff. I've literally like witnessed. And you know what? I'll probably be psychic attacked by them when they know I just started throwing out the warning signs. And I'm prepared though, because I was young and I didn't know how to protect myself at that time. But now I do. And the light ain't gonna fucking, the light ain't gonna go away. So there's so many fucking, it's so funny because I'm a 5'1". And so when, I've had people call me frauds in the past, it's kind of like, that's the projection, right? So it's like, really? Are you sure about that one? What are you looking at? And I will say to end this that I don't want to reveal it all, but I have infiltrated a whole entire network of what the astrologers that you watch that are super woke, which is like 90% of them, all have an underground ring of where they talk and their beliefs are everything anti-human, everything anti-spiritual. And I have been mind blown at what these people say in their little fucking closed Reddit groups, Blue Sky app, Substack. You're all going to be like, that person? Yeah, that person, that person, that person. And when all the other people in the government and stuff start getting exposed, that's when I'm going to just drop in. Because there's some little places, there's some other back doors I got to figure out. Because they all talking code and shit. It's crazy. Good thing that my grandfather taught me Pig Latin when I was a kid, because they think they're smart and academia people. And so they try to use Pig Latin and shit. You can't fuck with me. So. We'll see how this hits. Or even if it hits at all. If it doesn't hit, it doesn't hit. Adios. Much love to you all. We'll make it through this. Don't lose your mind. That's the goal of the dark right now, for you to like, remember, you've been programmed. Deprogram yourself. It's not supposed to look a certain way, only on the moral grounds. But when it comes to like the world's supposed to look this way, and like the way that it was taught in the movies, and the way the media tells me to do it from both sides, just fucking find your own beautiful spiritual path right now, and know what's right and what's wrong spiritually, and move through, and you'll be fine. But don't be afraid to let go of things that just aren't spiritually in alignment in your life. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to be like lost in a cult. That's what we're really dealing with, are massive cults everywhere. Pluto and Aquarius, massive cults. From every level of everything. When everybody starts having the same signature, like in astrology, oh, whole sign. Okay, like you can do that in your head. But you're training everybody to run that? Do it in your fucking head. The ancients did it in their head. So, don't get me started. Adios. I love you all. Share this video and join me on High Vibe. That's the best way to support me. Or watch my X Moment video on High Vibe to really understand what's coming for this craziness that starts in the next week and a half. That will change the world forever. Peace.
Yo. Okay.
Monster.